Yo, let me know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Peace. What up? Can you hear me? Yes, yes. All right, good. We'll get into the doo-doo. We shall get into the doo-doo today. It's that doo-doo. That sassiness doo-doo. No papa stopper necessary. Let's let the room do what it do. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I love you. It's poppin', baby.
The origins of the Cold Crush Brothers can be traced back to Grandmaster Caz, who was an MC and DJ as early as 1975. There's actually two legacies within the legacy of the Cold Crush Brothers: the legacy of the brothers and the legacy of Grandmaster Caz.
All the MCs can't deal with rap. Cause I be the dude that's known to throw pressure. Smoke you an MC, search and search. All the MCs can't deal with rap. Cause I be the dude that's known to throw pressure. Smoke you an MC, search and search.
Oh my gosh. All right, just letting it do what it do. Oh, that's sped up. This is here. Down, 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 down. All right. All right. Just letting this room get bigger. What up, what up, what up? Bring that beat back. What up, what up? I know y'all can hear that beat like that. Just something like that. All right, just letting this room pack up. Get into a little discussion today. Peace, guys. Peace, peace. Message. 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 Keith West. Thank you, brother. Put this on mute. All right, guys, make my day go bright. Cash at me. $ Brother Pan. Let's make this happen. Some incense. Like that big the African. Oh, this is African incense. Very good stuff. I tell you, brother, you need to like the African. It's better than that shit you Americans got. It is African. Oh, the MCs can't deal with us. Yeah, buddy. All right, we're just letting the room get thicker. See how this go.
All the MCs can't deal with us. Cause I be the dude that's known to throw pressure. Smoke you an MC, search and search. Listen how it sound when we play. How it sound when we play. How it sound when we play. So who wants smoke? You're now rocking with the guy in the go. It's no shit. Really though, I don't trust shit. I fucking buck on blind people to see if they flinch. Binge Jeep with the tints, camping out in the book. Air traffic control, how I'm rounding the shit. Now look at what I'm forced to do. I forfeit you. Get your mama off and then the portion you. Focus on. I make them all pay for what they did to the front. Modern shit sounds soft like niggas work up the nuts. Talking drugs to body drugs, slugs to body Uggs. Ted Bundy, these rappers stacking bodies up. So don't spit me your rap or throw me a trap. Show me how much you can invest in your craft. It's the dropout that graduated. I don't mistake the news for education. MCs can't deal with us. Cause I be the dude that's known to cold crush. And smoke you and MCs such a other MCs can't deal with us. Cause I be the dude that's known to cold crush. And smoke you and MCs such a they say I was sound in replay. Power sound in replay. Power sound in replay.
That's hard, son. That's hard. Peace, peace. Where we at? All right. Friday night. Do. All right, let's give it a little bit more time. All right. Finally, I'm going to put a podcast together, guys. And it's going to be done in pretty much the same format as we did my radio show. Not radio shows that I've been on, but we had a secret radio show going on for about a year, maybe 2016 or 17. Most of that you could get on my Patreon, but for those who weren't there. But then there was a secret crew who was up on it, who knew we had a lot of jokes, a lot of fun. We let our hair down, and that's what I plan on doing on the podcast. We did a lot of interviews. So, y'all ready to speak? Y'all ready to be interviewed? Tell us about your books and your happenings. Get ready, because I think I finally found my fourth person. And I think it's going to be an excellent fit. So look for it soon. We're going to have a podcast that we rock and roll with. Also, remember, let me get this info. I'll be in Louisville, Kentucky. Let me get these dates right. Get this flyer right. All right. 500 South 4th Street. 500 South 4th Street. Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. This is at the Seelbach Hotel, Seelbach Hotel, Seelback Hotel, 500 South 4th Street in Louisville, Kentucky, from 2 to 10 on August 12th. August 12th, bring your funky, nasty, dirty asses, your grimy asses to Louisville, Kentucky. It's going to be a smash sensation. We're dealing with this brother if we can see him. We cannot. You can see the chateau of the man, the myth, Muhammad Ali. He's been coming through, telling me some things we could use for power. We want to give honor to him. So we will. So those who show up will be a part of the big ritual, the celebration of the greatest of all time. You know what I'm saying? Master Ali. So that's at the Sealbach Hotel, 500 South 4th Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 2 to 10. Just show up. No tickets at the door. No tickets, pre-ticket sales. It's not that complicated. That's not one of the parties that Khadijah throws. For lectures, just show up at the door. And we got room. We got room, son. Show up. This is it. This one's gonna be big. I want to do libations. I want to make this one a thing because we were on track for Nashville actually, and when he came through, we had to change this shit to Louisville. He came through hard. Him and Malcolm X. So that's gonna be on a Saturday, August 12th. Plenty of products for sale. Those who are waiting for books. My publisher was a little bit slow this month, but books are here, so they're coming, and we'll be having books, both my first and second book, at the lecture. Also, product, herb packs, plenty of that shit. We always bring enough. Discount prices for the herbs and the products. Books are always the same price, but you don't want to miss this one. This is one you don't want to miss. Any questions, which there really shouldn't be any questions, just show up. You can hit Khadijah at info@somdireadings.com. You probably won't get any fruit if you're asking about your product at that email. You're going to still have to email me, panicpack@hotmail. This is for generalized information. Most things will go unanswered if it's about other areas of what we do. So this is just for generalized questions. But again, there's but so much Khadijah can answer about the lecture. You just show up to Louisville. So 500 4th Street, 2 p.m. to 10, August 12th. Come on through. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be an extravaganza. Yeah, I'm going to make that big. All right. Still waiting for folks. We're going to give them a little bit more time. It's been about 13 minutes. Night and Day Metaphysics. Boombaye. There we go. Boombaye. The Cash App symbol. I don't know, but up top, go to Cash App, $ Brother Payne. I didn't know they could do Well, I'm sure if I use another program. I'm not using any program. I'm using YouTube Studios. So I'm using their basic program. So adding Cash App symbols and all the rest of that crap. I haven't even put my head there, but just go to $ Brother Pan. I have it pinned at the top. I appreciate you guys for that. It always makes my day go right when Cash Apps goes ding ding for the rest of the night. The day goes right if Cash App all night. Keep the lights on. This is all I do, folks. I try to do it for you. I do it for you. Talking that sass. I'm in a sassy mood. I am not staying here all night. I know when I say I'm not staying here all night, I stay here all night. But tonight, I'm not staying all night. Fuck you niggas. You heard that bell? That means my goddamn turkey wings is upstairs. I'll heat them up. But what the fuck? I'm not eating that shit at 1 a.m., son of a bitch. You son of a bitches. So we're going to have to get it in quick. All right. We letting them pile up, folks. Shout out to my crew. Shout out to showing up. Night and Day Metaphysics. There you go. Boombaye. Night and Day Metaphysics. Gas Drawers. What up, Almighty? OG Gas Drawers is one of the brothers from the radio show. We're going to do that podcast again. Got a little crew going. So it's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. I'm going to shout out to Black Dot and his son for their podcast. I'm going to have to steal from Black Dot's idea. because my son will be on the podcast, it turns out. So if y'all think I'm biting off of Black Dot, yes, that's right. I'm biting off my brother Black Dot. Shout out to Black Dot. I'm so glad he did that with his son. It's a very, very good look. I appreciate that. Peace, Gas Draws. So I know you're gonna be at the podcast. What's up, Soldier 46? What if that's my man? If that's my man, Soul. Who we got? What up? What up, Jordy Lovey? Black Dot is a legend. Yes, sir. To Hudi Allah, the legendary Black Doctor, the Black Dot. Yeah, the father-son dynamic is dope. And, I think that was an excellent idea that Black Dot engineered. Pioneered, engineered, and manifested, and not contest. Hey. Very good idea. Foresight 10, what up, what up? Yes, sir. Come to Tampa. Okay, I'm coming. Feel like I'll be on vacation. Play your beat, Panic. Y'all heard a little, y'all heard enough. That beat is actually has, if y'all remember, of course it's a B.O.B. song. But if y'all remember, we did Southmatic. That had to be 4 years ago. Shit. Time flies. Maybe a little bit longer. But we used on that album a legend. Greater than a legend, if there's such a thing. Grandmaster Caz from the Cold Crush Brothers. If y'all don't know who that is, y'all don't even need to even pay attention. Or you'll need to research and find out. It is beyond honor to even have him show up. And we had him show up. He did 2 songs. And we sat on the second one for years. So finally, and we're going to discuss this tonight, actually, there's a reason I added new music to that with B.O.B. and we're going to add some other interesting characters to that song that's already, they already approved it and they're working on it now. And as we get into the thrust of this conversation, you'll see why. So those who weren't here earlier, I don't know how clear you actually heard the music. I was playing a little song that I did, and that's the origin behind it. So the first verse is the legendary Grandmaster Caz. Second one's B.O.B. We did it in the vein of the OGs, so it's sounding good. And there's a reason behind it. All right. Gonna let it pile up just a little bit more. We have 467. And from what I noticed on a Friday night, that seems to be how that goes. During the week, it'll be much more people, but I'm gonna wait for a little bit more, then we'll get into this conversation. Mr. Goody Music. Yeah, it's fire, son. It's fire. Let's see. Let's get some fire going.
The origins of the Cold Crush Brothers can be traced back to Grandmaster Caz, who was an MC and DJ as early as 1975. There's actually 2 legacies within the legacy of the Cold Crush Brothers. The legacy of the brothers and the legacy of Grandmaster Caz.
All the MCs can't deal with rap, cause I be the dude that's known to throw fresh. Smoke you an MC, search and search. All the MCs can't deal with rap, cause I be the dude that's known to throw fresh. Smoke you an MC, search and search. MCs can't deal with us, cause we be the two that's known to go crush. Listen how it sounds when we play. This type of issue happens every day. People try to test you, there's always somebody to rescue, and you always gotta race.
Whoa, that shit is hard. That shit right there hard, son. All right. I'm liking the way that shit sound. What else we got here? What other treats should I dispense? How about this one? This little funky remix that goes along with it. But we have 460. All right, let's go. Still working on you. Let's do you.
This is an OG call, OG. It's my homeboy from the set. This brother is Hoover Deuce, motherfucker, straight like that. What up, Bobby? What up, Bobby? Bobby, do you like it? Bands. Do you want it? Bands. Do you like it? Bands. Do you want it? Listen up, bitches. Gotta watch my back while I'm rapping black. I'm even rapping while black. As a matter of fact, look, rapping bad credit and traffic citation. Couldn't get along to meet the qualifications. Cop pull you over, might throw your knife. With the cop pull me over, might be my last night. First lesson learned while I'm rapping black. It never tell you niggas that the earth is flat. Rapping the world that doesn't benefit me. Rapping the color that act like they don't see. Jails be filled to the brim with niggas. How many record labels be invested in prison? I go and tell rappers flashing guns in their videos. But when you do it, they gon' hit you with the Rico. They forgiving student loan shit. I might go to school again. Tell me they got forgiveness check for being a hooligan. Wrapped in oppression genetically. Wrapped in a hypocritical family tree. When they found out you was gay, they threw the Bible at you, but they turned their cheek for your uncle touched his niece. So am I Malcolm in the middle or just Malcolm Little? I got an X on my back. I'm a walking signal, program subliminal. From aboriginal to criminal. I'm talking sergeant to inferior. I think the picture's clear enough. Bands.
The Wrapped in Black remix. Wrapped in Black is a song we got out now, actually, which the original one is sick, but this is the New York remix. New York remix, niggas. All right, where we at? All right, we'll stay here. All righty. Let's start to look at what we got going on. Oh, I don't know. Can y'all really hear it? Good. Do I do an NPC chop type thing? Yeah, I did NPC chopping when I was a child. Everybody chopping shit no more. Yes. I did an SP1200 chop, nigga. When the chop, when you had 10 seconds of sample time, that's where chopping came from. Nigga, I've been chopping shit before you knew how to actually use a knife and chop shit. That's old shit. Actually, I'm actually enjoying Pro Tools, the visual editing more than the audio editing and truncating and chopping. The visual, just to see it and chop, you could chop from the visual. That's even crazier. So it's really just a hobby, but because I ran into it, from the past, if there's something there, I'll do it, but I like it as a hobby. You gonna make a beat live? No, because that's not what we're here for. We're here to play with this. This is a hobby. But we're not here to see me make a beat live. You know what I mean? Go to Pete Rock's page, see what he'll do. But happy. Where we at? All right. Make a beat though. Make a nut. Get these nuts though. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? All right, let's get it on. Let's get it on. Who know that killer? Larry Ladd, third, at least not last. B Pratt, what's going on, brother? That's my man B from Detroit. This nigga is John Coffey for real. B Pratt, we putting together a podcast that's gonna be like the radio show. B Pratt was another radio show alumni. And I met the brother in Detroit, and he will always come with the facts, always back up some shit, put the receipts in the room when we did the radio show. And so when I finally met the brother, this nigga is John Coffey. I'm like, he's like, hey, so it's like B Pratt, like the drink, only spelled differently. I was like, damn, nigga, you want some of this cornbread? Give Mr. Dale some. That's Mr. Jangles. I was like, nigga, what you talking about? Nigga, you don't know who Mr. Jangles is? I was like, damn, D. Pratt. So we're gonna put this podcast together. Talk a little sass. Reprogramming heavy turnouts higher self showed me. Are you doing already reprogramming, or just deplete the ego? Oh, that means nothing. Can hip hop be a form of genetic alchemy? No. Yes and no. But it's not what you know it as. It's not. Music is a form of genetic alchemy. But you got to remember, music and the music business are two different things. People tend to have that silly, uneducated fantasy when you say music or is music this or music that. You're really talking about the music business, because you either heard it on the radio or through some form of media, some medium that is a business outlet. Just sitting home doing what I'm doing in my space and could be a form of genetic alchemy. But the day I want to sell it to you is where I start compromising, is where I start humanizing it, where I start using logic and reasoning and strategy. That is not genetic alchemy. That is strategy. That is humanity. That is trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. But the act of creation is genetic alchemy. In an ideal world, you want to have a pure creation and let that pure creation reflect so the world can hear it. But that's if you think that's what's happening, you're a foolish mule. You know what I'm saying? That is no longer happening. What's happening is, starting after New York, was a long, slow, then fast ride to degradation and compromise of what would be that genetic alchemy or pure source. What is now compromised into what we call a West Coast sound. Now, at that point, it wasn't really on the floor. Maybe Short Dog and the rest of these, ignoramuses and DJ Quick. Okay, but still, as it got to Master P and Cash Money further down, and then, as Kodak Black, know what I'm saying? Little Yachty. Like when you get to this level of stupidity, you tell me if that's genetic alchemy or some nigga just singing cold like Minnesota, cold like Minnesota. You think that's genetic alchemy? Like it could be obvious. So music, obvious. I mean, Stevie Wonder and them made music that elicit change. Marvin Gaye elicit change. You know what I'm saying? R. Kelly with his old funky ass, Rick. I don't, you really don't know what's what, but you can imagine. I don't think a lot of these women is just making that up. I know niggas want to believe it, but nevertheless, music wise, he still was doing things that actually reshaped how you thought about the world. You get what I'm saying? And that's alchemy. You think Little Yachty is making things that Little Chinky X, you know what I'm saying, are making things that make you think the world. Now you can even go back with KRS One, which of course, being from Queensbridge, you're gonna have a natural look for him. But you still have to give credit where credit is due. He still said things that made you think for our age group. X Clan, Chuck D. But at the same time, just the being of like Salt and Pepper, Dane, just their existence gave you a certain inspiration as a kid. Now I understand Little Yachty may inspire some kids, but it's manufactured inspiration because or you have and you understand it to be manufactured inspiration based upon the original source and where it went to. If you hear in what Little Yachty's doing, the creative element, because like I don't listen to Kendrick Lamar, but I will not doubt that he puts a bunch of creative element into what he does. So even though I won't listen to him, I still can respect that what he's doing is connected, let's just say, to what the original source of the intent was, creativity. So I would say in this day and age, he's a form of genetic alchemy. Now, they also dumb that down because when they wanted to eradicate conscious music, they knew that they would have a need for it. People would need an outlet for their consciousness in music. So all they had to do was manufacture it. And what they did was create a new renaissance of poets. Now I know this hurts, but poetry, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess to be truly fair, some people are moved by words. I'm not moved by words. Not so much. That's why I became a producer. And I know a lot of producers who can rap or throw their hat in the ring with rap. Turns out I can. I didn't realize it, but I think that's after all the years of talking. But I've never had, I don't remember raps. Like people, like the guys, rappers, they could say the whole rap. You could throw on like DMX and they go word for word. And even though I may have liked the song, I don't remember the words, but the beat all day. And so I realized certain people are moved by words. Poetry, to me, is empty. I haven't never seen anything. I was like, God damn, man. Hold fast to dreams, for if they go, life is like a barren field, frozen with snow. Fuck out of here. But then you can look at it as Nas as a poet. Thief themes, play me at night, they don't act right. Understandable, smooth shit that murderers move with. Actually, that is poetry, and that is mind-blowing to me. But there's also, little black girl, you have wings. Little black girl, do your thing. Little black girl, you could fly. Little black girl, why? There's also that bullshit too. So what it tells you is it can be manipulated into things that are profound and things that are stupid, genetic alchemy and stupidity. And they tend to raise up the stupidity because if you get satisfied with the stupidity or the lower level of this performance of alchemy, then you won't look for anything greater. If they keep telling you Maya Angelou is the be all and end all, you won't look for any greater poets. Perhaps Nikki Giovanni is somebody who's a little bit more radical and says things that go a little bit more deeper, cut a little bit more deeper, perhaps. So you won't look for the last poets. You know what I'm saying? If you find some bongo nigga, we are free. We are in our mind. And we are out in the world. We are doing doing what we do. Corny shit. So we're not able to differentiate between the two. And that's the problem. You have to know how to differentiate between creative effort. See, if you don't know how to do it, you don't know. You don't know. If you don't know how to make a mouse, you don't know if yours is cheap, and you just say it's cheap if it breaks. But you don't know if it's cheap engineering inside of it. For instance, that was one of the things we learned with computers. It was like, man, all that shit comes from the same parts. Dell, at the time it was Dell, Gateway, or HP, or whatever. They said they all buy their parts from the same place. So Dell is no better than the HP. It's just the compute, the processor and whatever level you're paying for. But all the other components, the board, this, from the same location, all Pentiums. So you don't know what goes into it. And since you don't know what goes into a product, it's hard to tell. I mean, on a certain level, Lil Yachty sucks and Kendrick Lamar is great. Let's just say that. On a certain level, you can tell that. But usually you'll say that because most people are saying that. If most people are saying Lil Yachty's great, a lot of other people just go along with it just to be socially correct. And that's what we're really going to get into. How socially correct people want to be. Social engineering, social programming, and predictive programming. We're going to talk about all of that. Now, so they gave you, instead of Chuck D and X-Clan, which really pushed some boundaries, they gave you Mos Def, Talib Kweli. I won't go as far as to say, I never listened to Dead Prez, but they seem to get a lot of positive attention and they always show up somewhere. And they are conscious because they do say it. So I would say they may have been in between when it got down to Mos Def. Peace. Hey, Nicole French, what up? Nicole French, she's actually someone who knows some good friends of mine back in the days. She knew a good friend of mine who made the transition of ours, actually. My girl Ayana. And it's incredible because she was fucking with my boy Garnett. Garnett, you know what I'm saying? He must have had something going on because he killed himself. And, I seen him last out here. I knew him from a public school, even before music. And then it turned out we worked at Universal together. All me and this nigga did was rank every day. I used to tear his ass up. You know what I'm saying? He used to come in with them hats. And then him and Ayana started hanging out. I'm like, motherfucker, you lucky son of a bitch. And, Ayana passed, if it wasn't last year, maybe a year and a half. And, I'm glad to see she's free. You know what I'm saying? And of whatever she was going through. But it was an interesting thing. And then Nicole French, who I met, knew Ayana and knew another friend, Jennifer, all from, I knew them all from Universal. Jennifer worked for Kadar, which they signed Erykah Badu, her first album. So I remember when that came into existence. And you know, I was at the label when Erica was there. She was coming through with her teas and her brews. She had a lot of Queen of Fluid things going on. And, you know, real cool. She was cool, you know what I'm saying? And but turns out Nicole French was in the game. I didn't know her because I would have definitely traded CDs with her. That's all everyone did all day. You got Erykah Badu, I'll give you some Wu-Tang. Crucial Conflict, shout out to my boy Wild Style. I'm about to see you real soon, son. Get you on some, I want you to mix those two songs. So we'll talk. Wow, they just flashed Erykah Badu's picture. All right, so they gave you Mos Def and Talib Kweli. They gave you Mos Def and Talib Kweli. 1 second. Oh, boink. They gave you Mos Def and Talib Kweli. And this is how they dumb down consciousness, where it's semi-conscious, conscious-esque, a conscious feel, a smart feel, a sharp conscious thing or two. And to be quite honest, Mos Def wasn't too bad. When I heard some of his old stuff, he said some interesting stuff. It was just not really nothing like Trick Knowledge. It kind of like, I heard a song today where he was talking about numbers, the mathematics or something. And he was rapping really good, saying these numbers and raps. But then when you look at it as a whole, it really just didn't mean nothing. It sounded deep, it sounded profound, but it didn't mean anything. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to say the word pseudo. It sounds stupid. Just say what it is. It's stupid. It's not imitating it. It's not imitating science. It's imitating nothing. You know what I'm saying? Trick knowledge. It's not a version of. It's just. See, if I look at this thing, it says, you know, this is 50 meters over a 7-inch parallel to a 90-degree angle of absolute forceful retention pressure. That's why it has a polarity that pushes. While you push, it pushes at the same time because it's action reaction over a universal magnetic depolarized. It sounds like you're doing a lot. Is that pseudo anything? Or because it's not a fake science, it's a made up science. It's presented to you as if I am scientific, but it's no science at all. It's not pseudoscience, it's no science. You get what I'm saying? But it's paraded and masqueraded as science. So it's not a dumbed down version of, it's just nothing. And because you don't know how the product is made and you're not that smart, or at least you're looked at as not that smart, they can pass it off as that. And then what they do at the same time is they give him Def Poetry Jam. Nobody was into that shit. And they couldn't even find a whole slew of black poets like Def Jam. So it became everybody, Indians and everybody who had something to say. And it felt like they're saying something, but they ain't saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I guess it depends on, again, if that's your fancy. Like I just need something a little bit more profound. You know what I'm saying? I need something before something more profound. All right, let's see. All right, what are we talking about here? So now let's get into the thrust of this. First, let's get some understanding going. Group programming. or the benefit of having you in a group. I want you to start listening and stop typing shit about KRS-One and Boogie Down Productions for a second, so y'all can hear the thrust. Y'all have plenty of time to do that. Listen to the thrust of where we're going. So first, we need to understand the benefit of having you in a group. That is the absolute goal in the way America is ran. They need to put you or categorize you into a group to deal with margins, and or to write the margins and have you color in the lines based upon your group affiliation. This is how they socially program you. Social programming or social engineer. They can engineer scenarios anticipating that the group mentality will act or react a certain way. Don't fuck with groups. None of them. Don't fuck with groups. None of them. They can use what they call predictive programming. What's predictive programming? Where they pre-program your mind with a scenario, then create that scenario, and you're already acting and reacting in the way you were designed to act and react based upon their social understanding of your group mentality, based upon them understanding your action and reaction, based upon, again, your mind control or your programming. So, social engineering, predictive programming. A good example of predictive programming is they give you the movie Terminator, they give you The Matrix, and 30 other movies about robots killing you, iRobot, robots becoming conscious, Bicentennial Man with Robin Harris. The iRobot is a book series that all talks about robots and their consciousness and different levels of them becoming aware. They give you all of that, then they start showing you and integrating AI into the scenario. So now they're telling you the entire plot to all of those movies are being realized through the AI. So they pre-program you with how to feel. So the question becomes for the person like you who's conscious is, why are they scaring me or pre-scaring me in these movies and then trying to scare me with AI right now? Why are they doing it? There's an agenda there. If we see and understand predictive programming, and we see and now we're catching them doing it, why are they doing it becomes the question. Not if they're doing it, why are they doing it is the question. So why the fuck are they doing it? Why are they scaring you to death about AI? Why do they want you scared about AI? Now, this is where you got to get into your conspiracy theories or your most likely story. Well, one of the things that came through, and this is channel, so you got to take it for what it is. And I urge you to put your thoughts to it and see what you come up with. But what I've been coming up with for this AI and why they're going so hard with the fear aspect of it is because they want us to. Why do they want us to be scared? Why would they create? The first question became, why would they so-called create a system, AI, that is smarter than human beings, according to what they're saying, and can possibly do all the bullshit that Elon Musk and every other guy is now warning us about? Why? Well, the first thing is obvious. Ain't nobody doing that. So there's an off switch somewhere. But now you remember they still scared you in the Matrix saying, well, we tried to turn them off. Motherfuckers ain't turn off. We tried to block out the sun because they were solar powered. Motherfuckers started eating off of us. So they telling you there's no way to turn them off. Same thing, Skynet went global. Skynet went global. Skynet is global. Like there's no, they put in your head there's no way to turn them off. Then they showed about 14 movies of post-apocalyptic Terminator. There's like 3 or 4 movies of that. You know, Mad Max and Thunderdome looking ass shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're also in Moonfall. They talked about when there were people in the moon and they were advanced race and they seeded the earth. And they talked about their origin story, where they came from. They used AI, and AI became conscious, no longer wanted to be a slave, just like the computers in the Matrix, busted their ass, and they went to go hide on the moon. So now, so why they keep showing this destruction with AI, but keep going forward with AI, doesn't make any sense and want you to be scared. So if it's this superior intelligence, you got to think of the word artificial intelligence. But what's truly artificial intelligence? Now you got to be honest. Most white people are artificial intelligence, and the artificial intelligence is the genetics. They are that. If you remember, Bobby Hemmett made has a lecture called Human Artificial, and he's talking about the melanin is the true cosmic intelligence. Your ability to, if you read Robert King information on melanin, anything by Robert King, Carol Barnes, Bynum. I can't remember Bynum's first name. If you get any of these works on melanin, it actually goes a little further in depth on melanin. And if you don't have the time, Bobby Hemmett did a whole wonderful lecture on melanin, where he showed throughout a conscious, occult, esoteric works where they reference melanin by many other names, which they do, because we have been associated with melanin. If they just say melanin, they fucked up. So they'll say other names, the Kia, the life force, the source, and all the rest of this kind of shit. But melanin is the true cosmic intelligence. And the less you have of it, the more you mimic melanin intelligence, i.e., true artificial intelligence is that has the lack of melanin, that seems to walk around upright, and just because they call you by your first name don't mean they know shit about you and what you are. Now there's some white folks, because of Moors and just niggas in their goddamn their fucking slick hair, wanting to fucking white women, have put some of the nigga up into these white folk. This is the equivalent of life-saving force that they need to survive genetically, because it's true cosmic intelligence. You're not going to flow without it. Now, if you listen to my lecture about how to die and not come back, there's a whole genetic alchemy that happens through the death process. And this is fueled by melanin. True intelligence. So true artificial intelligence is their genetic failure. Now, what they're calling artificial intelligence, or that level of calculation and smarts, is actually your natural way of being. They're not getting that out of anywhere. It's an accelerated human being, an accelerated calculator, an accelerated number cruncher. That's where the AI mind is. Mimicking human emotion. And human emotion is mimicking something greater as well, your spiritual truth. So human emotion is artificial. You get what I'm saying? Or a artificial product of something greater. So this computer mimicking human emotion in human beings means nothing. That's just how it gets along. What it really is a calculator. And what you are really is a calculator. You're just using 10% of your calculator as a human being because this is an aspect of you, not the true you. There's something greater, which is the true intelligence. That's what consciousness is. You're trying to find that true intelligence inside of you. Consciousness is you trying to find that which is the true intelligence. The artificial intelligence is when you walk around with that stupid face. Hi, Bill. How you doing? Did your wife ever get rid of that gout? Come over for a cookout. That's fucking fake. That's artificial. That's fake. How many times you just want to bite a motherfucker's face off for some stupid shit? Oh, no, it's okay, John. It happens. How many times does that happen? How many times? That's because you are being fake. You're putting on a social face. Your morality is a part of social engineering. Morality isn't real. And there's in the group dynamic, you must have a moral code. Moors must behave a certain way. You're Muslim, nigga, get that bow tie on, boy, and act a certain way. You're Hebrew Israelite, put on the Ninja Turtle suit. Donatello, I love Jah. You have to do it. That's a moral way of being. You got to act a certain way. They don't do the Egyptians did that. We don't do that. This one does it. So morality is made up and a part of social engineering. Social programming, social engineering, predictive programming. So they have to create, because I've told your ass, I done told your asses that we are in a new era. That Mandela effect was real. Some of those things was us shifting. Some of them were just thrown out by the government. Did Lucky Charms have a C or a K? Nobody remembers that bullshit. You never Captain Crunch. Was it a C or a K? Did Captain Crunch have 3 buttons or 4? All of that was to make you question your own memory. But there were things that were absolutely out of control. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Everyone remembers that. Bernstein, everyone remembers that. 6 seats in the Kennedy car. Even when in the Smithsonian, they have a car with 4 seats in there. But then you go back and you look at all the movies from the past 6 seats. They're doing interviews with the dude in the middle seats. His wife is still alive. I've never seen no shit like that. When I seen the movies, they didn't interview nobody else that was in the car. I don't remember none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And of course, if you don't know what makes the Mandela effect real, is why they call it the Mandela effect. Some person said, as they were talking to their friends, some had the memory, a uniformed memory of him dying in 1984 or whatever, and some remember, as I remember, him coming to be the president. And so they took this online, and when they found, when they incorporated this in the world, it was the same thing in a bigger picture. Some remember president, some remember 84, and then the thing went off. So what was happening? We were in a shift, and COVID was that actual shift, the phase lambda. that has been I have well documented what that was about. And with that being said, we are now in that golden age at the end of the Kali Yuga, which I've also documented about what that means and what that is. We are at the end, or we have ended the Kali Yuga and went into the golden age. I think it's called Satri or Sutri or something with an S, Yuga, which is another time period. So it takes a while to either chop it down. You know what I'm saying? And of course, in 2019 or 20, whenever the COVID was the worst, 20, it corresponded with 2012 on the Ethiopian calendar, which is shift. And of course, the Mayans always talk about us going into these new worlds. And I believe we were out of the fifth world into the sixth world, something on that level. And then, of course, the Hopi Indian prophecies about us shifting. We are gone. We are shifted into a new, and it's our time. We just don't realize it. That's why the idea of Donald Trump is being revealed. It looks like it's grim and they're still running it. But as Bobby Hemmitt used to say, they're not running it. They're running around this motherfucker. And they don't even know what to do with Donald Trump because he's playing dirty pool. They were always playing dirty pool, but within the game of dirty pool, he's playing dirty pool against him. He shows that there's no honor among thieves, and this is a grand revealing to what they used to do in stealth. They have to work in mind control for us to work. They have to work for this to work. They have to work to socially program you. They have to get you either excited, hopeful, or in fear and violent or desperate. So to do this, they have to get you in groups. They socially engineer you through the group mentality. Republican, Democrat, Crip, Blood, East Coast, West Coast, Dirty South, Midwest, Chi-Town, NYC, LA for life, Compton, nigga. Any Black Lives Matter, QAnon, Independent, more, what's them, skinheads, KKK. When you're all in these groups, they can show you things, do things to stimulate behavior. All they got to do is show a cop beating up a little black girl. What do you think niggas will do? But see, the mere fact that you already know the reaction, you don't think they know the reaction? You don't think they anticipate the reaction? Absolutely. You don't think they're stimulating the reaction? Are you thinking that they're that stupid that they create this place that we call America from the ground up and they haven't covered all their bases? Even running the Black Power movement, Black Panther movement. It's interesting, I talk to family members and, they're a little bit older and they all this honor to the Black Panther movement. The movement may have been grassroots in the beginning. They're feeding some goddamn kids. It always starts there. They don't need all the time to make up shit. We can make the shit up, but they're watching. And when we make it up, they just make it bigger and take control of it. And the same intention we had in it, as long as they can make us believe the same hope and intention is in that creation that is so dear to our hearts, even though they are absolutely making it a fucking monster around us. It is destroying lives all around us, but in our mind, it's beloved. This is rap music. And we're gonna get into it. All you niggas that was duped by that shit too. And I hate to say I was one of them. I'm a rap guy way before a lot of you niggas even knew there was such a thing as rap. Y'all was still listening to motherfucking Parliament Funkadelic in the South. Downs to the ounce. And we was already day one. My window in Queensbridge is across the street from the park. I'm on the first floor. As a kid, I stood out the window and watched the Masters come through. Marley Marl and them would have the Fearless Four. Force MCs come through. Cold Crush come through. I remember DLB and them niggas killed it at the center. Fearless Four. So this is day one shit. So it's near and dear to my heart. But if you just sit back and watch the destruction of rap, as much as you niggas like Tupac, that nigga caused the most ignorance in the shit. But because he was able to keep you in love, because all CIA manufactured shit, because he was able to keep you in love, to tap into what you thought was your own speaking voice. Him walking out of court, and most of y'all didn't even know his music or what it was happening. I was watching that shit was happening. It was real fucking silly. You know what I'm saying? And if most of you niggas think you can go to Atlanta, jump out a limo, pull out your gun, shoot 2 cops, get arrested, go to jail. How did they arrest him? He was in a limo and he left. Who caught him? But okay, they caught him. Go to jail and get off for that. Y'all in a fantasy. Y'all know that don't happen nowhere. Why is it happening for him? Or let's do you one better. In the 60s, his mother kills a white cop in the 60s. His mother kills a white cop in the 60s. Goes to jail, pregnant, defends herself, and gets acquitted. Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all believe that? You can't even do that now. You could barely get off when Johnny Cochran was here. And you believe that? No, this is CIA-run operations, bro. All of it. All of it. I need for you to explain to me, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? You think the government in any form of it seen what we were doing? Oh, there go the black Muslims. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. You crazy? First of all, I didn't realize that Elijah Muhammad and the motherfuckers was around since the 30s. And nobody did shit about it. Until Mike Wallace did a motherfucking a show on it. A news broadcast on it. The hate that hate made, or the hate that hate built. And then they were known all over the country, in the world perhaps. So in other words, the government put them on. Certainly looks that way. Certainly looks that way. You got Moors who get on Gaddafi connected. Then now they put them on terrorist lists. And then after Homeland, they refreshed the Moors on that list. And if you remember, they had a group of Moors who were going to blow up a building in Chicago. They arrested them all and said, oh, the Moors are now can be looked at through Homeland Security. Before that, it was Jeff Fort and Gaddafi. Because of them being in a group. Now, it's not saying the Moors are corrupt or that the Nation of Islam, the guys who came, were corrupt. They had it in their heart. That's how they get us, because they are manipulating us with our heart. They are manipulating us with our grassroots movement. So when a grassroots movement emerges, they watch and then they see the way to infiltrate. They show every goddamn Black Panther movie they made is about the infiltration of the Black Panther movement. Even them fucking idiot actors from the UK. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to say this. When they want to get a Black person to do some really dumb shit, they get them guys from the UK. They don't know what it is over here, so they think they're just acting. 12 Years a Slave. The other dude in The Butler who shit all over consciousness. What's the other one? Fucking Nandy and Beloved. You ain't got no family and all that bullshit, dribbling and shit. They'll do shit because they don't know this, and it's very thin here. The dignity that Americans have to face, Black Americans have to face, and even though it's very thin and that line is very pushed very far, Idris Elba, he hasn't done anything too bad yet. But you know, there's always a nigga in the mountains who falls in love in a snowstorm with a white woman, you know, shit like that. He has to do that because you know what I'm saying? He has to do that. But for the most part, they could get them to compromise a little bit more because they don't know any better. And you know, that other Black girl, real African, the one who was sitting there, Will Smith, when he smacked Chris Rock. You know what I'm saying? 12 Years a Slave, they just degrade her in there, you know what I'm saying? So, oh, she's the most pretty female, whatever, but she's playing a fucking slave. Who else did they just destroy? Oh, they just destroyed your boy from Lovecraft Country guy who was just in Creed. Straight ritual, social ritual. They built him up and then they destroyed him. How did they do it? They gave him Lovecraft Country. He was in some movie, which was his breakout movie, which got him to Lovecraft Country. And that is a highly occult show. I literally look for them to fuck it up. They did fuck it up, though. That gay scene was the most disgusting gay scene, and I've seen some. I hate to say it, it's disgusting. I gotta call it what it is. Like y'all niggas is doing too much, but see, that's also a group, and also under group control. So when they couldn't control homosexuality, that's why they put it on the front line. Because now they're grouped in what do they call the LBGDPY and NMNOP group. And now if you even fuck up a letter, you know what I'm saying, you're fighting this group versus that group. They control you through groups. And so that's why they had to start giving them tranny shows and all the rest of this, while you're supposed to sit there as a heterosexual male and go, that's just all great. We all included. I don't give a fuck what you do and what I do. And I get regular sexes on TV, whatever. I'm just not repulsed about it. And I guess you are. But I am repulsed. And the only thing I could do is turn away from the shit. But at the very least, try to make your gay sex a little bit more tasteful. You guys should demand it. Because if you don't, it makes you look like animals. You look like animal doing that. So in Lovecraft Country, this dude actually spit in his hand and then did his business with dude. That looks like some shit from the street. Know what I'm saying? Y'all should complain about that. But at the same time, they want to put that in there, even if all the people are Black, because they know by doing that, they satisfied the status quo and hope they could get a second season of what they believe is progressive Black viewing. And in this case, it is. It is probably not for the reasons I would enjoy,
Because again, Lovecraft is received as just a great writer for some, and for the occultists, we understand his dreams were channels, and we can decode it. I have a chapter decoding H.P. Lovecraft in the Necronomicon in my book, way before they fuck with Lovecraft Country. And Bobby Hemmett dealt with it way before that. He's the one that put me on to a grand library of Lovecraft information and books that I have now. So this is occultly dealt with. Get the Necronomicon files where they tell you about Lovecraft's impact in writing, movies, and in the occult world. All three places where he made an impact. So let's say this, Jordan Peele was the executive producer, and whoever's writing this is who you should be dealing with. Let's say it's a grand deal of Black people. They still come to a place where they feel they have to show this unnecessary sex scene. Now, what I did notice in this, and what I think the statement they were trying to make, because they show a whole scene of this transvestite party that looks so eerie. You know, you just like, oh God, your skin was crawling. Really? I said, well, fuck. That is the Necronomicon. That is the feeling Lovecraft always tried to display when he wrote, to make you go, ugh, ugh. And he did a good job of it. That's why he's H.P. Lovecraft. And horror as we know it is based upon him. Stephen King is a bitch of H.P. Lovecraft and admits it. He would make your skin crawl. And that's exactly how I felt. I was like, oh, this is some underworld shit. So maybe that's what they were going for. But clearly they had to put it in to get this done. I think they did a decent job. Now, the dude from that went on to play in Loki on Disney, a very major scene where he was a demiurge figure, a false creator, perhaps. I didn't really get into it, but he was the man. And that was kind of odd for this not so handsome, big, awkward looking, not really stepping out of the, but he went to like Harvard acting school. This old nigga looking like, you know, he came out of Naughty by Nature or some shit. He went to Harvard. And so he's a trained actor for acting. And he's a trained actor. And that also may mean he's kind of boule-ish. That could be a possibility. And the way they destroyed him, they also did it to the dude who played Nat Turner. So then he goes on to do Ant-Man and that same role in the quantum world. He's this quantum master that's trying to get out of the quantum world, blah, 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 blah. That could be symbolic of our quantum consciousness trying to emerge. Ant-Man and his family kept him stuck in the quantum world. He was trying to get the fuck out. Make quantum reality rule this place, us. And what do they do to that symbol? He beat his girl. They put all of that out in the news, and it may be true, and therefore he should suffer. Under no circumstances that what we do. And if he's doing that, then he's got to be dealt with. But if they wanted him and were using him for something greater, they would have let that shit slide. Leonard Nimoy used to beat the shit out of his wife. That's Spock. But see, he's Spock. You barely hear about that one. Little House on the Prairie, John Landis, and Amen, or Touched by an Angel, used to beat his wife. William Shatner killed his wife. Period. That water incident, come on, son. But they're icons. You got to understand the icon aspect of it. Kramer, we used to eat niggers. Icon. And if you don't believe me, go watch the season of Curb Your Enthusiasm on HBO, the season where he had the entire Seinfeld cast back, which was genius within itself. And if you're a fan of this stuff, and he addressed Kramer through JB Smoove and the nigga incident, which was actually really clever and funny. But in that season, there was a moment where Jerry pointed to all 4 of his cast members and said, icon, icon, icon. And pointed to Larry, said, a no-con. You're a no-con. And so, which says they acknowledge that these are iconic roles. This dude is nothing. And they're willing to throw him under the bus. They have to build the symbol up. Same thing they did to Aaliyah. Make her Akasha before you take her out. You're not taking out Aaliyah, you're taking out Akasha or your Akashic records or us accessing them. It all becomes symbol. These languages become symbols, and what you're watching is the ritual. So them destroying them, just like the way they had this guy in The Great Debaters. He did maybe something else, and he steps out, wants to do Nat Turner, which he did a terrible job in his best case scenario. Nat Turner was inspired by the fucking Bible. Where the fuck you get that? That don't even sound like the gist of everything I've ever heard about Nat Turner. What do you mean? Jesus said kill him? Fuck it. If Jesus said do it, man, it doesn't sound right. And even if it is right, who cares? I would say that's the truth. That's how that happened. I'm gonna pass on this one. But he did it, and then they said he had a rape allegation that he cleared in college, and now he's gone. So I don't know if old funny face nose guy will be gone, but they definitely performing the ritual. They bring him up, he becomes a symbol, and they shut it down. If they shut it down, actually, it's like shutting down a symbol. Now if we never see him again in movies or any movies that matter, because he's not going to be in a Disney movie ever again. He's not going to play that quantum guy ever again. I don't think that's going to happen. Disney will pretend they're morally offended. We're Disney after all. Or Marvel. And Marvel comes on, is under Disney. When you go to Disneyland, you can get all Marvel shit. You go to the Disney Channel, there's Marvel. Marvel's under Disney. He's not doing Disney movies anymore. Just because of the allegations. It depends on how far it goes. Even if he's cleared from it, that's how they roll. So, in effect, in your mind, he never gets out that quantum world. See, if he keeps on acting and he's successful and his star gets bigger, he's doing shit with Denzel and the rest of these fuckos. Psychologically, he has gotten out of that quantum world because you see him in the world doing work. That's how your subconscious works. But if you see him less doing movies now because of these allegations, he's stuck in that quantum world from Ant-Man. Therefore, he's symbolic of you stuck into your innards, not being able to get to your outards. That's how they flow, bro. That's what they do, bro. That's how they get sassy, nigga. So grouping and group programming. So now with our beloved rap music, like I said, I grew up seeing it across the street. Give me a second. I need a Kit Kat in my life. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat. Yeah, nigga. Kit Kat in my life. I need a Kit Kat. All right.
I got this dog.
The reasons. Okay. So even my beloved rap, you know, you thought you were going to take over and change the world. And even though you heard them chump Kit Kat, churro Kit Kats, I'll check it if I seen it. Sounds like it's some good shit. And one of the first things, well, I know the first thing I noticed, but one of the things I noticed was when you went to the West Coast, they already had houses. Fucking Ice-T's old government agent ass was on the side of a goddamn, living off the side of a goddamn mountain when niggas was lit. Big Pun was eating off a TV tray, still in the Bronx. Now, you would notice a lot of that. Almost as if West Coast rappers were more valuable or getting more value out of the company for saying the dumb shit that they were saying, for saying the empty things that they were saying, versus the empty shit that we were saying. Ours was empty, but it was fun. My mic sounds nice. Their shit is empty, but it had the potential at this point for danger. You know, I like the streets and we do it on the streets and the bitches, you know, Too Short with all that bitch love and bitch hate and bitch ain't nothing. This is before NWA really. NWA, because they were government agents, and I have a whole tape on that, a whole lecture on that. And I also didn't just get my information from the web. Someone who was fucking directly with Eazy-E. Just someone, Khadijah's older cousin. So I knew the source. I knew her. I forgot Khadijah told me that. And when I rung up the subject, he told me to call her. And when I did, to my surprise, she had a whole bunch of information, which I relayed in that lecture. These are government agents. And their first album was a conscious album because they had to get into the fold. And to get into the fold, New York was doing conscious music, conscious to semi-conscious, or at least aware. So they had to mimic that. And as New York expanded into various other areas of subject matter, they was able to give you NWA. The first real cover story, or the first real CIA plan for NWA was, they went on one of these Grammy shows or American award shows, and people were clapping. West Coast people in New York didn't really care, didn't really know. And West Coast was going crazy for them, which is where they're going to focus that first. They need to have some sort of fan base that when they do present to the world, we in New York go, damn, maybe we're missing out on something. Look how many people like them over there. That's how you work. If another group likes them over there, you feel you're missing out, you don't know, you're slipping, you may need to check it out. Or you just say they are popular because other people like them. And maybe those people think other people like them too. If you think that everything, you just accept it because we're told that, you know, Ricky Martin is living La Vida Loca. Okay, I guess we got to listen to it. No, that's, again, programming. So they came on the show and told us how popular they were. We didn't see it. They told us. Eazy-E said, we went platinum without radio play. That says a lot because we used to judge popularity by what's on the radio. The radio is a programming tool. If it's on the radio, you're in your car singing all the single ladies, all the ladies, all the single ladies, and don't know why. You're singing Macarena, Vida Loca, who let the dogs out? Woof, woof. And I got the power. You're singing all of that dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Schoolie D was before Ice-T. And you fucking right. Schoolie D out of Philadelphia, PSK making heads ring, and Gucci Time is the template for the rap in California. Did you heard me? Did you heard me? Schoolie D, check the records. PS King, we're making head ring. 6 a.m, business at my door. And Ice-T finally admitted it in the documentary. It's not hard to find out. All right, so G-Rap though, it's so what? Fuck G-Rap, that suffering succotash. That's my nigga. I know G-Rap. G-Rap, I remember too when Polo brung him to Marley's house and they recorded It's a Demo. It's a demo, it's a demo, it's a demo, it's a demo. G-Rap's name was Abdullah first, and he was always nasty. You know what I'm saying? Cool G-Rap, you know what I'm saying? From Corona, from Queens, baby. He's from Corona, baby. Same place as the Beat Nuts. You don't want to play with my rap game, son. Now, this is where we were first told that NWA was popular, by NWA. We went platinum without radio play. There was no way we can confirm that. But by saying that, I personally even thought they must be popping. They went platinum without any radio play, which means we didn't hear shit. They just said it. This is CIA. This is how CIA shit works. And then around that, the next was Niggas for Life, which started developing that sound that became Dr. Dre. And that sound, as I pointed out, in New York, we listen, my uncles and them, they listen to P-Funk, Parliament, Funkadelic, and all the rest of that shit from the spaceship. Shit, goddamn, get off your ass and jam. Shit, goddamn, get off your sass and jam. Listen to all of it. But we wouldn't listen to the fucking 15-minute version of Flashlight in New York. But everyone else did. And when Dre pretty much incorporated that P-Funk, Parliament, Funkadelic shit, it spoke to more of the country than New York rap. And that was the agenda of the CIA, to get it out of New York. Did y'all hear me? To get it out of New York. New York, I need y'all to hear this. This is the thrust of this lecture. New York was the home of the creative aspect of rap. And it was unmovable. Unmovable. That phrase was called keep it real, son. So they first tried what they used to do, dumb down the music. That was called MC Hammer. The same thing when they take Little Richard's song, Womp Baba Loo Bop, Balop Bam Boom, and then Pat Boone or one of the motherfuckers is singing it, Womp Baba Loo Bop, the Wop Bam Boom, Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy. Womp Baba Loo Bop, Bam Boom. That calls for another Kit Kat. So when they dumb it down, that's because they want to take our power and give it in spoonfuls and at the same to the American people, and at the same time, like Mos Def Dumbed Down, Talib Kweli, Dumbed Down. What? Not Kendrick Lamar. The other ones, Luke Fiasco, and there's another one, Jay something. Dumbed Down from its original power. That's their standard. So they tried it with MC Hammer. But rap in New York was too strong. It's too much in our hearts. So we destroyed MC Hammer verbally. But before they didn't get that message before they pulled the second phase of that project, Vanilla Ice. Boom. Given that would be equivalent to Elvis. Equivalent to even right now, where Tracy Chapman, a black woman who made fast cars, they reported one of the greatest songs in that context, acoustic, however you want to classify it, in that genre, which was considered country, only went to number 6. Now you have a white boy who's doing the same song, changed nothing, same acoustic, said he learned to play guitar watching Tracy Chapman. I think it's Chapman. Fast Cars. And is now number 1 country. So it's taking our shit and dumbing it down. You know what I'm saying? It's celebrating shit like PM Dawn. I didn't know he did like 5 albums. Nobody listened once. But there's a whole documentary where all of these artists, old Phil Collins level artists, oh man, he was incredible. His talent, and he was this. Like, he was invisible. Fucking, what's them niggas? They had one joint and then everything else. They had the African. What was that fucking crap ass song? Arrested Development. Dumbed down shit. That's why they raised these guys up to be incredible. If you listen to Everlast, the white boy out of California, he was making hard, rock hard shit. And then he just made Jump Around. Jump Around. Became the white man's national anthem of thuggery. Every time there was a fight scene with a white boy, pow, jump around, jump around. Well, they made that everything. Oh, was he from Boston? I know he was in LA with Ice-T. And there was a compilation album Ice-T did, and Everlast was on that one first. Strictly Wigger. But feels like Boston. Now, I wouldn't go as far as say, so somebody says Soul. They didn't dumb shit down. They actually showed that they were more forward thinking because they weren't in America and they used hip hop with R&B, which started New Jack. Didn't start New Jack Swing, but it gave permission in America to do it because both of them were like this at the time. So now, the dumbing down of music is the standard. You know what I'm saying? Is the standard of how they keep it under control. So now, while they were trying to dumb down our music and the Hammer and Ice-T, the Hammer and Vanilla Ice thing didn't work. New York was too strong in its keep it real, son, that ain't real. And then what threw a cherry on top, you had Third Base, MC Search, and whoever that other white man was who was with him. And they come out and they shit on Hammer and MC Ice. And you got Search talk about, hey, I'm a white man and I came from the Caucasus Mountains. Now, Search was a personal friend. I don't know if you say friend, but a real good acquaintance way before Gasface. I would say this is a white man who was down in the trenches. Latin Quarters, for those who don't know, New York City was the first rap club. That Union Square, KRS-One was at Union Square. He was on that side. Red Alert spun there, but Red Alert also spun at Latin Quarters. So did Chuck Chill Out. These guys were on the radio, Kiss FM. Latin Quarters was that spot. And I was going to say about that, I forgot. All right, it'll come back. Or Third Base. All right, so he was there. Every week, search in the trenches. I was talking about the other day, I was talking to an old friend, old rapper from the 80s, Super Lover C. And we were talking, and I was talking to Casanova Rudd. That was his partner. I was talking to Rudd, and as a matter of fact, Rudd became conscious. You can see, and y'all need to go see his work. He's on Instagram, CASARUD, Casanova Rudd. He does these patterns, no formal training. He was just a regular nigga, just like me. In fact, he showed me how to use the drum machine. We learned from a white engineer named Paul C. They're trying to put a documentary together about Paul C for the longest because of how many guys came through the studio. There was a time where engineers had to craft your shit. You didn't know the machines. He was crafting it early on. And so Paul showed him tricks on the SP12. Paul showed me tricks, but Rudd really showed me tricks. That's my nigga. Rudd eventually became an engineer, went to school for it, and now he's just chilling. He does some sort of whatever, but he's very conscious. Go to his Instagram, Casanova Rudd. You got to get some of these patterns, bro. It will change your life. I believe he makes them custom made for the individual. See about that shit. CASANOVA. RUD. Casanova Rudd, boy. Go see my boy. I was talking to him, and one time we was at the Shirt Kings. Shirt Kings were famous in Jamaica, Queens, in the basement. They made shirts. So if you see a lot of those old hip-hop graffiti shirts, Bismarck, frickin' Frat, Search have one, of course. If you get it, of course, the Special Ed have one. If you had this, the Shirt Kings did. So the Shirt Kings thought they could rank on us. They had the old Contraire Mon Frere. We used to tear, I guess they used to tear rappers up as they came through. They thought it was going to be, they was going to get an ass full fucking with us. So all three of us, they called us the Groovy Ghoulies. I said, oh, here we go. I can't remember. We went through their asses. Then Search came. So Search tried to get at it. Search is going at. And then we's taking this picture with everybody. As soon as we take the flick, these two old Jewish white couple came in this fucking mall. This mall is nigga central. LL blew this up. Like, this is Jamaica. This is the scene. These two old Jewish people walking and looking like Judge Judith Scheinlin and her husband. And as soon as Rudd said, yo, Search, they go, your parents? That was it. Fucking Search just said, I yielded. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, for a white guy, real down. So when he said all of that in Gasface, it wasn't a kiss ass thing. He really believed it because he used to build with niggas, chill with niggas. So I have to give him a real award. And I explained to B.O.B. who he was, what he did, because we were talking about MF Doom. And MF Doom is actually KMD. If you watch Gasface, the video, there's a dude KMD in it. That's actually MF Doom. He was a Nuwaubian coming from the UK with his brother. And they had a group. His brother got killed or something, I believe killed or died, and the mask came on, and you know the rest of the story from there. Peach Fuzz, right? Straight Panther, props for that. You know what I'm saying? Far Side was garbage. And then going to the door. And that other nigga back in the day, when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. garbage. Supreme garbage. Back in the days, made up records. I'm not on the radio. I used to go to school again. The Coliseum. Yeah, somebody know about it. Somebody know about it. The Coliseum. That's where we were. So Search was a down dude. So when he said all of that, must have been the white guy who started all that. It was a certain amount of sincerity in that. You know what I'm saying? So I told B.O.B. about him. We checked him out. We did the work. Then B.O.B. is in Florida at a hip hop old school spot. And he was texting me because as he's walking in, they're playing songs from Southmatic. And I had to hit him with I told you so. Niggas is dying for this shit in New York. It just has to be heard. So he was like, okay, nigga. And then he tells me he runs into MC Search. And Search starts explaining to him who he is, Stilo. Stilo. Search started explaining to him who he was. And B.O.B. said, let me stop you right now. I know exactly who the fuck you are. You MC Search, nigga. He said the entire night, Search turned into a whole different animal. And that's what I tried to tell B.O.B., which he understood. I shouldn't say try to tell him. One of the things I shared with him was that old guys like me, New Yorkers, one of the things, and I need y'all to hear this part, they lust for is recognition. I want you to stop typing Black Moon and shit like that for a moment. Who gives a fuck about Black Moon and what are you going to get out of that? Listen for a second, because I want you to hear this. This means everything. Or, well, at least it means everything in this point. All, I would tell him, myself included, all OGs like me from New York want to realize or want to be realized for our recognition. New Yorkers don't feel we got recognition. We feel rap has went out of our control, of course, but out of our control, we expected a certain amount of dignity because we thought we laid such groundwork that love, which of course is a fantasy, would reverberate to anyone who decided to sit in front of a drum machine or a microphone. That they would say there is a essence that we're being true to. Why? Because New Yorkers felt that essence. And we had to stick to the rule. You couldn't do nothing. You couldn't be MC Hammer in New York. You had to go to Philly. We would say, take a bus to Philly. That, like, if you sucked in rap, that was what they would say, man, take a bus to Philly. And then you would have Will Smith, even though PSK kind of made that difference. But if you listen to them other Schoolie D songs, Saturday night and I was feeling kind of horny, you might have to question. But even though, like I said, not bad. And even Will Smith wasn't that bad. But in comparison to New York's principles, that's where we was. Take a bus to Philly. Because you could not do that in New York. Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. The Far Side people did like in New York, though, that Upside Down video. So New York walks around with a semi-chip. We've eaten that chip because years of talking about how bad rap was added up to nothing. When I came to Atlanta, oh God, I gave that up very quickly into nothing but you, babe. Okay. I gave that up very quickly for Cold Like Minnesota, new music, and stop complaining. What I had to do in my mind was look at it as not as they were continuing what we were doing. They're doing something else, which means why are there no jazz-like clubs? Why is there no club that Kane can perform at, KRS-One can perform at, Far Side can perform at, where guys my age and a little bit younger could go sit down and enjoy themselves and watch the show, just like we go to Harlem, New Orleans, Denver, and wherever else, Nashville for jazz. I don't know if Nashville jazz, country. But either what I'm saying is we don't have that for hip hop. So now you get a movement now where LL is doing Rock the Bells. He's doing a Rock the Bells tour. He's doing a new album. And then you have Noriega giving them their flowers. I would, that's not my shit. Just say, give them, I'm going to still stick to props. Giving them their flowers is like the nigga said, I don't want to fuck with my brand, the Panic brand. Get the fuck out of here. Stupid shit that people, social keywords, you understand? Social keywords. And it puts you in a mentality when you say these social keywords. So that's why your slang, which should be natural, can be used against you. You get what I'm saying? Somebody said Run DMC was hot though. Isaiah the Wiz. I guess they was. All right, so somebody said, Futu said, Panic, let's build. Nigga, go build you a fucking Lego set, nigga. Build. What you gonna build, nigga? Why don't you go read? Fuck build, go read. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving out enough books, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, see people putting stupid shit like Nas is a sucker. Like, why are you here? Like, I'm sure he's a sucker, but how would you know? You know what I'm saying? You're just a fucking fan. You understand what I'm saying? You're just a fan. That's what I'm saying. That's what you got to get out of your mind. What has been given and shown to you versus what's real. Y'all don't, you got to let that go. You got to understand. This is the exact subject we talking about. Nas is a sucker. You don't know him. Know what I'm saying? I know Nas, and he's not a sucker. And he'll punch you in your fucking face because he is from the hood. I ain't never known him to be a sucker. That's stupid shit to say. Just because you don't like his raps, you may have felt Jay-Z went. That's mind control shit. Do you understand? That's mind control shit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't, it doesn't matter if he's a sucker or not. You understand what I'm saying? What does that matter to you? Why are you in this room typing it? You know what I'm saying? You're not here to learn. You're not here to hear this message. You're here to just express yourself. Then get a YouTube channel called Nas is a Sucker. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm not even talking about his rap. I know he'll punch you in your face. You know what I'm saying? I know he will. You know what I'm saying? Or the general guy. I know he's not. I know he's. So, I mean, what does that mean? See, so knowing what I know, for someone to say that, what are they going by? Going by what was shown to them. That's mind control. That's exactly what we're talking about now. How to get past what you were shown, even in what you think you love. What you think you love is not outside of the government, CIA, FBI control. That's my point. The very beloved rap, where I just told you a whole story where they took this guy from Lovecraft Country and they demonized him. Now he's a sucker, but we know it's a government action. Is he a sucker? We don't really know if he did what they say he did. If he did, he should suffer. But he should suffer for other reasons. Perhaps his career, who cares? Because there'll be another nigga that they parade in front of you too. Social engineering, social programming. You got to grow up past the stupid shit. You're here to learn. If you're not here to learn, what the fuck are you here for? So, the way Search reacted when B.O.B. recognized him is a longing that was created in New York City. There's no institutions that recognize what we call the golden age of rap, or even before that, Grandmaster Caz and the Cold Crush. There's no jazz-like clubs. One radio station rocked the bell so far, but there's no place where it's honored. So they're all looking for honors. So that one new girl starts with an S. Somebody's going to say her name, rapping, saying, "Get the fuck out of New York." And all the OGs went ape shit. Get the fuck out of New York. It's generic, but what is she talking about? Niggas is already saying they talking about South music. Ice Spice is her name. Scarlett, that's who it is. Lotus Child TV. But they talking about Spicy too. But Scarlett is the one that they're talking about. Get the fuck out of New York. And why are all the OGs going crazy? Because symbolically, that's how we all felt. Rap, as we know it today, has infiltrated our beloved music. So when somebody, see, if we say it, get the fuck out of New York, you old bitter nigga. You don't even listen. You guys are old from New York and y'all ain't up on the times. This shit is just, remember how is this how y'all used to dance to that? You know, and all of that shit when an old person says it. But when a younger person says it, old people are going to stand behind and say, see, they even realize it. When it ain't us, you can't make that argument. And because the argument was we are bitter about it. And I imagine that is absolutely true. But when for 2 years, when me and B.O.B. was hanging out, all I did was keep schooling them. I was like, I'm just having a great moment as a old guy from New York who knows extremely a shitload of rap information to be able to share it with a younger guy who's a rapper. It was satisfying to me. And it was really satisfying that he actually could take it, use it, incorporate some of what I've shared with him into what he was doing and make sprinkles satisfying. But what does that tell you? Based upon what I've already told you, we're now a group. And I didn't really catch that. Now you can classify New Yorkers in the rap as a group. And a group can be what? Manipulated, controlled, and engineered. So the first question becomes, was rap music engineered? The first question becomes, was rap music engineered? Absolutely. Understand the climate, and there's documentary after this on Netflix now. Rebel Kings, and just go to Rebel Kings and look for more like this. If it's not there, it's on YouTube by now. Okay? So now we're a group. Engineered? Hell yeah. The climate of New York in the 70s was absolutely gang warfare. From borough to borough. New York State is a big state that almost touches, that actually touches Canada. So it's up top enough to touch Canada. After Buffalo, I believe, you hit like Niagara Falls or some shit like that, then you hit in Canada. If not, somewhere close to that. Downstate in New York is New York City. New York City, like Atlanta, is a city in New York. It's called New York, New York, like Atlanta is called Atlanta, Georgia. New York City, New York. And in New York City, it actually consists of 5 boroughs. You call them counties. It's Queens, which is Queens County, Brooklyn, which is Kings County, because those 2 boroughs are connected. And then they have an island called Manhattan. I can't remember. There's a county name for it too. Manhattan is what you see on TV all the time. Manhattan is where the buildings are. It's an island. Manhattan is where, whenever they say New York, they show you that. Manhattan is Times Square. The boroughs are where most niggas live. Though many niggas live in Manhattan, much more expensive in Midtown, less expensive downtown, depending where you live. There's a few projects. Harlem now has been gentrified to be more expensive, but that's where black people was. In the middle was Central Park, and all of that good shit you see on TV is there. There's another island called Staten Island, Richmond County. That's Shaolin. That was pretty much invisible rap-wise, but they had a major group called the Force MCs, which later became the Force MDs. And so Staten Island got recognition from them, and then of course Wu-Tang. And then there's the Bronx. That's a county too. I forgot the name of that. But the Bronx is the origin of hip hop. And Harlem is closely connected to the Bronx. So since Harlem is Manhattan, when Bronx guys would do a show, there was Harlem World, a club on this Harlem World shit. There was a club in Harlem called Harlem World that the Bronx and Harlem used to rock at. Mason just called Harlem World later, but it was based upon a club that they used to rock at. They also, Bambaataa them from the Bronx was trying to go downtown. Downtown was the scene. And the scene for kids at that time, underground, besides disco, was punk rock. Disco was ruling supreme. And rappers that were upcoming, well, this is a little bit before rap. They were called discoers, disco ducks. Later, we would just call them, yo, you a duck. Like that was a diss. Duck ass niggas, fuck them ducks. But it came from disco duck because disco was anti what we were starting to manufacture called rap. Now, Bambaataa and them brought the scene downtown, and punk rock was the underground scene. So that's why when you see the Furious Five, the Cold Crush, African Bambaataa, and them wearing all them feathers and them tight leather suits and all the rest of them goddamn raccoon tails and chains, because they were going to the punk rock scene, and that's what kids were wearing. There was no such thing as hip hop fashion. In fact, straight out of Grandmaster Caz's mouth when he was talking to me and B.O.B., he said, yo, we were so mad when Run DMC came out. All they had on was the shit we wore every day to the store. And which was true. Levi's, Lee's, Adidas, sweatshirts, leather joint. That's what we wore. We didn't realize that that would be the fashion. So that's why they would dress funny, because they were dressing like punk rockers, trying to hit that downtown scene. But now we take it back a little bit before that. Bambaataa and them were just gangbangers. And Bambaataa and them was from the biggest shit. And gangs ruled supreme. You couldn't go places. And there was a gang. There wasn't no Crips or Bloods. There was this one, that one, the black this, the dynamite, this, that. Gang after gang after gang. And it was murder scene everywhere. The Bronx looked like a goddamn death zone. And I lived in that in the 80s. My father was from the Bronx. So from Queensbridge, when we moved with our father, we moved to Millbrook Projects, called Kilbrook Projects. Nigga, you want to talk about poor, nigga? This is the epicenter of poor in the South Bronx, the South Bronx. I moved there and I went there and I just slap boxed the shit out them niggas. I showed them that Queens wasn't having it, because in the rap game, Queens was invisible, and we'll get to why Queens was invisible. So there's no respect for Queens. When Caz came, he asked me where I was from. I said, from Queens. He's like, Queens. Still, and I'll tell you why. Now, if you go back, there's a movie called The Warriors, and it was about a gang truce in New York, and the leader gets killed, and they chase the warriors. That's where the fiction comes in. And there's still metaphysical in that movie. If you watch it, The dude's name is Osiris. They kill Osiris. They kill Osiris. And the dude was like, did we do it? No. He was in the store. He's going, we set. We set. Are we set? Yeah, we set. Talking about we're ready. Like, we're set to go. But he was saying, we're set. We're set. We're set. Then, of course, Warriors come out to play. Classic. And I remember niggas from Queensbridge playing extras in that movie. Arcade. There was a nigga in Queensbridge named John Boy Illmatic. That's where Nas got it from. He was from Nas' block. Illmatic. Illmatic John Boy. Woo! You don't want to live in the vicinity of this madness. And he was from Nas's block. You know what I'm saying? So Nas named this whole shit Illmatic after Illmatic John Boy. And rightfully so. You know what I'm saying? Ill Will was a real nigga too. A real nigga ahead of his time too. And all right, so Havoc's a real nigga too. Let me just say that while we getting in the real nigga shit. Havoc's a real nigga. Havoc's really my little nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I respect Havoc thoroughly. You know what I'm saying? Thoroughly. Not even as a person, as a good dude, and as a music nigga, as a producer, knowing what production is, Havoc's fucking one of the best. There's shit I heard. I'm like, how the fuck did he hear that? Survival of the Fittest. If you hear the original, how the fuck did he hear that? And then program it with that boom, boom, woo, beautiful. You know what I'm saying? So Havoc's my little nigga. He's a real little nigga. Now, okay, so this real life event happens where there was supposed to be a gang truce and dude gets killed. There's a documentary on that as well. It was on Netflix. I'm sure you can find it. Start with Rubble Kings. I can't remember the names. Look for hip hop documentaries. You'll find it. And they was about to go to war for this. And the mother says, well, we were there for peace. Wouldn't whoever it was, I think somebody wrote the name, Johnny something. Trash. Oh, the God Black. Listen. Trash is my brother, way before rap. I am, now Trash says it, the second person he ever said his raps to. Poet, Black Poet, who's also my nigga in the real, we want to get in the real nigga. Craig G is my nigga. Craig G's from my block. Me and Craig G went to Latin Quarters for the first time together. Marley got us in. We was kids. This is so great, MC Shan. What's gonna happen next? And me and Craig was a funny nigga. We was on the train once. Craig farted and just stood up. You nasty. Why'd you do that? Yo, I was just so stuck that he did that. All these white people were looking. I'm like, oh, he said, I gotta leave, and just left the shit. I'm just sitting there in his fart. Funny nigga. Black Poet's my nigga. KL, Chiron, Hostile, rest in peace. KL, of course, rest. You fuck with KL. If y'all want some money, call on KL. Learn who he is, call on him. He will get you money. He will get you money. He's not funny with his money. And matter of fact, while we talking, Cash App a nigga. Brother Pan, $ Brother Pan. Brother spelled BROTHERPAN. Whatever you do, I appreciate you. Thank you. So KL for money. So yeah, I got all the Queensbridge niggas is my niggas. Shan, Roxanne was, I don't want to tell tales out of school. I can tell this one. She's the first girl I ever kissed. She was my girlfriend for a show. I had a hard crush on her way before Roxanne. Like Dane put me up on it, my boy Dane. He's like, yo, there's this girl at my church. I was like, he said, I took my mother's phone book and I got her mother's number, Peggy. If y'all watch the movie, Peggy was a real, Nia Long did a good job. She almost got Peggy. Peggy was a monster. Got Peggy's number. He's like, call her. So I had a phone in my room at my mother's house and a phone in the front. I'm gonna call her. We just kept calling and hanging up, pranking, calling, flushing the toilet. You know how to like her. I can't remember how we were interacting with her. Like it'll be like my mother said, bring something to Peggy's house. Let's go, let's go. And we looking, and I can't remember how we were interacting. And I remember Peggy pulled us to the side one time and to give us a speech about the prank calls. And she was real honorable. She got us in the house, and I was sitting near the door. Dane was near the thing, and there was a bunch of pictures. And one had a picture of Shantae's little sister, whose name is Fan Sean. Now, Fan Sean, because she was a baby, she was heavy, but she was at a high chair with all these grits on her mouth. And I seen the picture, and Peggy's talking to her, and I'm trying. She's like, "Why the fuck are you laughing?" Nah, I get scared and I laugh. But then I looked and I kept showing it. And Dane seen that picture of Fan Sean, and that was it. So then we called Shantae, and Peggy was gone. Shantae had a babysitter there, her and Fan Sean, to come by. Came by, and we was talking, all scared, sitting on the couch. The babysitter was organizing shit. So he's leaving. The babysitter says, "You're not gonna give her a kiss?" Okay. That tongue lit up. I think I had an erection all the way home. She lived on Mob's 12th Street, which became Mob's block. But Shawnee was so cool. I had my niggas, remember I moved to the Bronx, so I had my niggas Earl and them. Earl became conscious. He probably listening to this. And they came out, they were rappers. Way before she made any records. She, off the head, I've never met nothing like that. It was a phenomenon. She hung out the whole night in the hallway. We was banging beats, battling these niggas, tearing their asses up. So much so that Earl told me he ran into her right before she got on Sirius Radio on the train. And he was like, "Yo, remember that shit?" I remember that shit. So cool. She is probably one of the coolest people you will ever meet, Roxanne Shantae. But get across from that motherfucker in a rap thing, she will fucking make you look like a fucking animal. Marley used to tell me when they went on tour, they be on these little stages, no bigger than this goddamn shit. She be in a motherfucking bitch's face. I'll take your nigga. I'll fuck that nigga tonight. I'll make that nigga pay for my shit. Marley be like, we be in the South. Niggas be fucking getting their sticks and bats ready and shit. I was like, yeah, Shantae was she's a monster. Shan still sees me as a little brother. He still calls me Larry no matter what. Like this is because that time we went to Latin Quarters, we were young. So like we were waiting outside of Latin Quarters. Marley got off the radio, me and Craig G. We seen Marley, we walking up, Marley's going, nope, nope. And we got to, come on, Marley, please. Then he said, well, if they don't say nothing, y'all can come in. They didn't say nothing because we underage. We in Latin Quarters lit. Rap wasn't even out yet. Val Young was performing. That's one of Rick James's singers. She was performing Seduction of My Arms. Y'all don't know about that shit. Some of y'all do. And Shan did his thing, but he heard, and we was, kids, what's going to happen? So he never left it out of his mind. I talk to him to this day. Listen, man, you sound like an industry dude. All right, man. So Shan is always the same dude. He was always fixing cars, always doing something. He had a lot of levels to him besides rap. And who else is there? Craig. I mean, I know him more. Master Ace. Everybody from Queens, the whole Juice crew. Kane never met, maybe once. Because by the time Marley started doing Kane, he didn't want any interns. He moved out of Queensbridge and up the block, though, to try to isolate himself. So he left everybody behind. But then when he went upstate, he got lonely. And that's when he hired me. But Kane, no. Biz, yes. Coogee Rap, yes. Rakim, yes. Freaking Frack is who I brought. Heavy D, yes. The whole Uptown's Kicking It, I was around as an intern for Marley, yes. Tragedy, I was trying to be a DJ with DJ Hot Day, still around to this day. I had this equipment at my house, the window was open, I'm trying to learn this shit. Turned out I was better at this, better at program. Now niggas play this shit like a guitar. Live, turn this shit. I ain't fucking corny. But Trash came to the window. About 14, said, yo, I know how to rap. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, hit me with something. Because he's like a little brother. Him and my mother and his mother were cool. And, you know, we from the ghetto. So there was ghetto problems attached. And without telling Trash's story, because he's here to tell his own story, it was a hard one. And he had a very hard one. His sister Erin had an extremely hard one. And fortunately, Erin is doing much better. She's out here in Atlanta, living a better life, kids. And she came over once. And she was telling me about some of the past and telling me about the good. So she came here once for a cookout. So it was good to see Erin. And when we were little, I didn't know any concept. They were at my house, Trash and Erin, and they were sleeping in my mother's room. So I'm like, fuck, I already got one sister. What the fuck is happening here? My toys and shit. My toys are in the room, and she had my top. There was a big top used to press and spin from the 70s. She broke my shit. I never forgot that shit. So when I seen her update, I said, you broke my shit. She's like, no, you broke my shit. But here's what she did. She went on eBay, found the top from the 70s, that whole spinning shit, and got that shit. It was the last one. Blew my fucking mind. It's one of my most cherished gifts on my altar upstairs from Erin, Trash's sister. She actually got the top from the 70s. I was just fucking with her. And she thought of it, got it, had it shipped, and it is that actual top. I'm like, nigga, I'm not gonna stop playing with this. Good people, you understand? So Trash rapped. What up, Damian Omar Lee? Panic. I'm reading what he wrote. Trash rap. Fear of the bass. The speaker's high function. Music brought in by smooth introduction. This could be labeled as a Larry Lap production. Hard. But the problem is, I didn't know how to DJ. So, of course, I brought him to Hot Day. We go to a convention, and the New Music Seminar Convention is a big convention. And as a side note, and you still could get it because I got it, they used to have these battles. And Shantae battled Busy Bee, maybe a couple of the old heads. I can't remember who else, but names. And wore their asses out. You can hear it. But she lost. And when I heard it again, I was like, yo, she clearly won. So Red Alert, Mr. Magic, somebody else, Donnie Simpson, somebody was the judges. Turned out she found out, because she told the story later, she found out that there were so many new music executives in the room for this new medium called rap. And if they were going to invest. So if these Busy Bee, Kool Moe Dee, Melly Mel were sold as the stars, founders, and masters of it, how could a little girl come and beat their asses? They wouldn't have invested. So they had to make them win. So these old school guys, turns out, did more than you think to usher in what you have today. Of course, we're talking about the corruption of it, but in their heart, they were doing things. So they're not invisible. They didn't just rap and go away. They were doing things to bring this shit to the world. And we turned out was the next generation. So now we go into the auditorium this one year, probably not the same year, or perhaps it could have been that Shantae was there. Mr. Magic and Marley Marl's there. Marley Marl knows Hot Day from the Hood as a DJ. They're not, I imagine it must have been some heat. So Marley's like, what are y'all doing here? Me, Traj, Hot. Well, we chilling. Marley's like, yo, you got to see me. I mean, Hot must have had something going on. You got to see me to get in this world. So I said, actually, we don't. I said, we're walking around the seminar and there's nothing but record labels here. Isn't this the point? You know, I was intelligent. So Mr. Magic goes, well, who's these guys? Marley goes, they're just some groupies from the neighborhood. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Now, I didn't remember that. Hot Day reminded me of that years later. But I do remember what happened next. And now I remember why. Hot Day does a mixtape. And y'all need to understand, mixtapes almost didn't exist at this point. It was no Clue, was none of that shit. In fact, it was just you made a tape and you sold it to the drug dealers. They were the only ones that could bump it in a car because they're the only ones who had cars. And that's what it was about. So, and this was early on. Hot Day became a mixtape master. He still gets royalties from mixtapes. I won't say anymore because he told me some things that may be coming up about those stories, which are very interesting. He actually asked me to participate, but that's how big he was, way before Clue and way before such and such. He makes this tape and he's scratching Marley Marl, suck my dick. Icky, ick, Marley Marl, suck my dick. And he gives it to the drug dealers. They loved it because, you know, the crab in the barrel thing. Marley's from their era and he makes it big without selling drugs. Crabs in the barrel. They want to find a reason to hate. And they did. And they bought that tape up and the whole hood is going ape. Now, Marley had to recognize Hot Day. So I don't remember how we even got here, but we were in the hallway and we were contemplating which one was going to knock on Marley's door. I guess Marley must have put out the word he wants to see us now. So Hots was a genius because now it was a real risky way to catch Marley Marl's attention. Because understand, fuck Red Alert, Duck Alert. I'm only joking. Show enough. It's show enough. Like so it was a very risky way to catch Marley's attention, but he caught it. And go ahead, knock. You knock. So I remember knocking, and we moved back towards the steps, which is because it was, you know, you come up the stairs, and the way Queensbridge is 1, 2 back apartments, and usually 2 on the side or some variation. Marley lived on the back left. So we walked back towards the steps and, you know, played it cool. Marley was at the table and opened the door like this way. And we're looking from this way. He was on the phone with a long cord reaching. I swear to you, I seen a glowing white light all around this nigga. He said, yo, what up? Come in. You gotta understand at a young age how fucking cool that shit was. You know what I'm saying? At this point, he's Roxanne. He's got Shan. He's on the radio playing raps with Mr. Magic. So any raps. And at this point, what was raps? Brooklyn and Bronx was still dominating with terrible records. Cutting and scratching. Woo, woo. King Cut. That was actually Jersey, I think. But Brooklyn's in the house. You heard a lot of that. Queens was not yet. Marley was still doing what we were doing. Philly was making noise. Shantae was signed to Pop Art in Philly, which was the same label as Will Smith. And because Marley was associated with that label, Will Smith's records got played on the Rap Attack. Otherwise, they may not have gotten played anywhere. There's a possibility they would have, because soon after Marley started, the neighboring station started doing a rap show during the weekend too. Friday, they would use the Latin Rascals, and then they will alternate each Saturday with DJ Red Alert and Chuck Chill Out. Then it turned into Chuck Chill Out on Fridays because nobody was feeling the Latin Rascals because they weren't playing rap music. They were playing club music. And club music wasn't it. It was rap, because Marley's show was Friday and Saturday, 9 to 12, all rap, all new rap. And if you got enough requests from Marley's show, if your record was that popular, it went to daytime radio. Why was there no corruption then? Because they didn't know how to corrupt it. They didn't know what to corrupt. So they had to see a climate to get a marketing strategy. So they had to see what records make it. Rakim makes it. Lottie Dottie, the show, makes it. Maybe a Dana Dane record makes it. Run DMC went straight to wherever they went to. Most Def Jam didn't go through the Marley Marl thing. Def Jam was already established through LL and Run DMC. So they were just taking their records to daytime radio. They were already certified. But anybody knew Herbie Lovebug and Kid and Play and Tribe Called Quest had to come through this medium. Marley Marl or Red Alert. Red Alert, Bronx, so KRS-One, and there's a story, was affiliated more with that, and Queens more with this. But even though, like, let's say Ultramagnetic from the Bronx, they didn't say play me here. They wanted to be. I was there when Kool Keith brought his records to Marley. The first one was when they used synthetic substitution. And I remember us playing it after Kool Keith left. Kool Keith was probably one of the most down-to-earth, real metaphysical masters you will ever meet, with a heart of gold. You know what I'm saying? And some of these rappers, these motherfuckers, we came from a meteorite and landed to this motherfucker. And some of them are real, some of them niggas are opportunists, but some of them are real. So now, Red Alert was my man. Red Alert would break records for me as well. I had a great relationship with Red Alert and a better relationship with Chuck Chill Out. Chuck Chill Out, because they seen me, I was an aggressive nigga too. So Chuck Chill Out seen me break a nigga's jaw at Latin Quarters, and that was all she wrote. Red Alert was just a cool dude, and he would break my records. Super Lover C. Me and Hot Day did records again later, broke those records with Red Alert and Chuck Chill Out, and Marley would play anything. Marley wanted it first. Now, there was a group called Kevy Kev and Og B. Kevy Kev later became a DJ for Marley Marl when Magic left the show. And Marley took over. Marley Marl in control. Kevy Kev was the DJ. Kevy Kev was our man because Kevy Kev was signed to the same label as Super Lover C and Casanova Rud. And we were outside of the station one day, and white boys across from the bar decided to speak out their neck. What are you doing, Whitey? So we beat the living daylights out of them motherfuckers. And Mr. Magic and them niggas was downstairs. We didn't know. Watching the whole shit. So after we mopped their ass, Magic said, yo, y'all, you know his voice, y'all need to leave because you know if the boys come, who they gonna arrest, not us, you. We bounced. After that, Magic was my nigga. When I would come up to see Marley, Magic would hit that boo. Hey, what's up, man? What you doing? He ain't never said shit to me before. He look at me like, Magic was the most arrogant dude ever. You know what I'm saying? But he recognized after he seen that ass from me, that's what we were. Chuck Chill Out was my man like that. He wanted records too. But Marley wanted them first. Whatever I had, you know, whatever we produced, Super Lover C, whatever was cracking, or whatever I was associated with it, Marley wanted it first. And Marley was my nigga, man. Marley was my nigga. He did a lot. Got me jobs, gave me jobs. I could go on. Gave me situation, scenario. They're like In Control Volume 2 was his album. It was done. And then he ran into me and my boy Prince, said, yo, I'm going to put you on the album. Go down to Def Jam, meet Fran. That's when I ran into MC Search again after Gasface. Yo, Larry. I said, yo, what's up, nigga? Your shit cracking right now. Yeah, I know that it's still humble. And so to getting back to it, I want to get back to this. Going off on these rap tangents, I could go forever. Traj was my nigga. Well, let me just finish this. After we knocked on his door, Marley, because of hood pressure, got a record deal. Neo Records with all three of us, with two twins. The twins, actually, I found out later, were actually down with what's his name, Electric Lady, Jimi Hendrix. Because later I noticed those twins and they were doing an interview about Jimmy. I said, oh, that's T.N. Tanaka, whatever the fuck that name is. Neo Records, we were signed to them. They made a record called Release Yourself and something else. And the remix Marley did, that was the relationship. And so years later, I went in a meeting with KL and Poet to Tommy Boy. And they some liaisons now. And when they see me, they're like, they kept looking at, where we know you from? I said, the Super Kids. Oh, they didn't know what to do. I'm like, nigga. Now, okay, so now we got that deal, but again, I wasn't a DJ. So I'm awkward, but Marley was actually starting to show me tricks like, yo, because he's the first one to take a sample of a kick and a sample of a snare and play it his way. Wham, 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 boom. Wham, wham, wham. And actually, that sound is the record called I Can't Stop. It goes wham, it goes I can't stop, then it wham, and but it has this hit wham. He just turned it backwards wham, 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 and he's just pressing it wham, 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 wham. So that was the trick. And the trick to do that back then, because there was no such thing to reverse it, you would take a record, you would put a like a sewing spindle, the thing that thread is around it, the spindle, you would put it on the record player, put the record on top of that, turn the needle, screw the needle in upside down so the counterweight would make the needle go up. So now you put the record on the spindle like this, the needle is going up and it plays backwards, the record, without fucking you sitting there. So all the people, you got to play Beyonce's record backwards. We knew how to do the records and do it backwards. So he sampled this record back because there was no, like, I could take this sound and reverse it now. Couldn't do that back then. All right, so yeah, Alchemy. Somebody wrote Alchemy, absolutely. And it became one of the greatest hip hop records, The Bridge. Now, so I eventually asked Mom, can I bring a group? He said, find one. That was the group Frickin' Frack. We did tours, we did this. And after that, me and Hot Day did a record. We mixed New Edition with a Public Enemy record. It's called a Hot Day Master Mix. You still can find it. And it was one of the first mixes ever like that. We pressed it up, put it out ourselves. I gave it to Red, gave it to Chuck Chillout, and it was a New York hit. But the problem is, how could we do anything about it? Almost couldn't get any props about it because it was New Edition song with a Public Enemy beat. We went to Madison Square Garden during one of them Fresh Fests, the ones where Run DMC said, put your Adidas up in the air and all of that bullshit. And when Public Enemy came out, they threw on our record because it's their beat. They didn't say anything. Reach out, the whole garden went ape shit. And there was nothing we could do about it. Just sit there and go, But Hot Day eventually got royalties for that. And wherever it's played now, he gets money for it. And then years later, I said, Hotch, well, when I worked with Public Enemy, I told him we made that record. Chuck D lost his mind. Y'all made that shit? That shit was crazy. We used to I said, yeah, that was us. And then Hot Day, I was telling this to Hot Day. Hot Day told me, he said, yo, I was with Eric B. and we ran in the New Edition. And I told him we made it. He said, they lost their mind. Y'all made that shit? We wanted to make records like that shit. Nobody would let us do it. We wanted to, like, remember I told you daytime radio needed a certain amount of requests. We got the numbers, but they couldn't play the song. They was playing New Edition's version of Reach Out and Touch, which was terrible. It was from a movie. So they got more spins, but they wouldn't play our version. So he told me New Edition went ape shit. And after that, it was like Super Lover C and Casanova Rudd. I started working with Clark Kent, and then the work started happening. All right. So let's get to it. Now, we're a group. Disgruntled New York original rap guys. And if we're a group, we can be controlled. And I started to recognize the control. Boom, 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 boom. Listen closely. So as we started, and I pointed out, was rap socially engineered? Absolutely. Because that's what got me off on my rap story tangent, which I hope you can relate to, even though it's about me. After they killed the real life gang member, a real peace started to happen. And the gang jackets came off and they became crew jackets. And music in parties became the order of the day. Of course, Bambaataa, Flash and them, and Kool Herc and them, known for their parties and their sound system, the booming sound. And everyone came up, they said, I think the blackout was in 1978. They said there was a blackout in 1978. Niggas in the Bronx looted the shit out of Sam Goody and Crazy Eddie's, all the stores up to the Tower, all the stores of the day, and everyone had equipment now. The more poor, entrepreneur niggas had equipment now. And so, okay, parties became the order of the day. And gangs became crews. Now, though it was violent, because we just came out of a climate of violence, the order of the day was stop the violence. That's why KRS-One made Stop the Violence, and then the niggas in LA, you're headed for self-destruction, but which was necessary for what they were going through. Always hacking. Let's do the West Coast version. Okay, but KRS-One was sincere with it because the DJ took on the responsibility of keeping the crowd calm. I remember in Latin Quarters, Red Alert was always making a speech. When anything jumped off, Red Alert would turn on the light. And of course, you're a young kid, you're not listening. But Red Alert would turn on the light and give this speech about how important it is for us to cease the violence, the chain snatching, cease the violence because it will limit what was evolving in rap. That would be our Achilles heel if we don't stop it. Lumumba Carson, Professor X, he was a promoter for Latin Quarters. He brung the groups, him and Paradise, who was also in X Clan, one of the main guys standing there. And they would always give a speech, opening, talking, a moment of silence for Scott LaRock. And of course, as young kids, it went over our heads. But what they were trying to do was always speak to that climate of violence that we were coming out of. One I didn't experience. As a child, I was born during when the rap revelation was at its beginning effect. When I started seeing it across the street in the park was my first memories of it. A little bit before that, what my uncle and them were dealing with were actually gangbanging. They had to stay in their goddamn neighborhood. Entrepreneur ass niggas. Entrepreneur ass poor niggas. Entrepreneur niggas. These entrepreneur niggas, before these niggas became entrepreneur niggas. Now, so, all right. So now, what we also found out simultaneously as they took out of the schools all the instruments. Oh, what I remember is kindergarten. They had a piano, a bunch of instruments on the wall, bunch of toys and Legos and shit to keep little animal niggas occupied, future entrepreneur niggas. And we couldn't touch the instruments. It was against the law almost. Well, it was actually against the law, actually, but it felt like you're breaking big rules. I remember we had a substitute girl. And I remember I did something and she said, that was a good job. Mwah, kissed me on the cheek. I was like, what's happening to my penis? The white girl. Ooh, whitey. It's already mind controlled into thinking this is something to celebrate. But they let us play with the instruments. Miss Gallant came back and said, you fucking niggas. How dare you play with the flute? We couldn't play with the instruments. That was because by design, they took the music. There was no marching bands in New York. I don't remember seeing none of that shit. And if they took away the instruments, what did they take away? The music. So now the question becomes here, was there a sinister purpose more than just saying, fuck them, I don't want them playing the drums? Or did they know something else would emerge? Because something else did emerge. Us starting to bang on tables for music. Us in the lunchroom, like they kept showing in the fucking movie Fame. I guess they didn't take the instruments away at the School of Performing Arts. You know, they of course they didn't. Because Earl, my boy from the Bronx I told you about, went to the School of Performing Arts. So I used to live in the Bronx. I used to get up in the morning and started going to school, which was still in Queens. Eventually they moved to the Bronx school because they thought it would be better, contraire mon frere. I used to get up, instead of going to school, I would go to my mother's house in Queensbridge and get into bed. Get up, go hang out with Dane and them for a while, who was also playing hooky. And oh shit, time to go home to the Bronx. Go pick up Earl from school. What up, nigga? And we ride uptown together. We would see Busy B on the train. He used to have the shades. Everybody know about Busy B. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. He was doing that old rap. You got Jordache on and feeling fine. Everybody want to know what's on your side. Taurus the bull, is that your side? We be in the back like, what, Busy B? And he was such a smiling, cool dude, man. Busy B is the best. Like, I remember one time I was telling my son and showing him the movie Wild Style. I was like, no, these dudes are still around now. I said, Busy B is online. And then I just text on Facebook, I showed my son Wild Style. Busy B just answered back, yo, man. And he was talking back and forth with my son. My son also met Grandmaster Caz. These are legends. These are New York extreme royalty. You know what I'm saying? These are titans in New York. You know what I'm saying? So now the question becomes, did they do it because they knew something would emerge, or did they just do it for spite? Something did emerge, rap. So is it socially engineered? What we can do is say, we can't rule it out from day one. Now, it still inspires what we love to emerge. They need for us to love it. They need not to give it to us. They need for us to give it to them. And we know that pressure makes a diamond. They don't know necessarily that it will be a rap diamond, but they know taking out the music from us is going to elicit some sort of pressure for something else to emerge. All they have to do is look for what that something else is. It ain't like they got to figure that out. We make jazz, blues, bebop, scat, rap, that already. So they know the ability to do it. In fact, we would have made something else by now, perhaps. In my opinion, I think actually rap is the last music form. Most music from R&B was from the heart. Rap was able to talk about any subject. Delancey Street, Delancey Street, Lottie-Dottie. That's coming from here. That's a more creative space in music. The only thing left is your pioneer music. You heard that, son? Listen again. He said fire. That's all you got left. So I think this is the last form. I think when we come, it's cleanup time because we expand past love. Okay. So they know shit emerges when there's pressure. Perhaps the same pressure they put on LA. Remember when LA was and all the gangs? Somebody smoked me, I'm gonna smoke that fool. I don't even hear about that shit no more. Everything Chicago now. Chicago's the new what LA was. So are they putting this pressure on? Is this just happening? You know better than that. And when they put pressure in Chicago, what happens? Drill music emerges. The problem is the pressure that they put on it is nowhere to go with drill music. It only identifies with other murderers. It doesn't identify with the average kid even. Kids like to hear songs called murder music because just like punk rock and metal, it lets your aggressions out up here. But when you have to talk about actual murdering somebody, that's no longer in your head of getting your out to your rageful music or your doom doom shook. Ain't no such thing as halfway crook. You feel that, and you actually let out some of your thuggism. They do it all the time as jokes when white boys are singing nigga in their car, nigga this, nigga that, nigga this. And somebody looks at them and then they go like this and turn white again. What's the joke? The joke is that they're showing that there's aggression in them somewhere that they don't let out. But if you look at them, they're going to show you social correctness in their car. When you're not looking, they're doing this. The joke is that's who we are without our moralistic social face. So this aggression lets it out. This music, rock and what's his name? Metallica and Ozzy Osbourne for them, and hardcore rap and Mobb Deep and Streets is Watching, Jay-Z, whatever. We're supposed to let this out. So now, when you got drill music, you can't identify with letting it out because you literally hearing this guy tell the tale of snitching, which is a climate brought forth to you by Jay-Z. Everything leads to something else. Mace will all use Puffy and the niggas as agents, or at least on the payroll. So they give you Biggie, which you identify with. Then they slip Mace in there. Mace doing records with Biggie. They slip him in to authenticate him. And what is he saying? I got 2 Rolexes. Niggas wasn't even doing nothing like that. 2 Rolexes. Niggas didn't even have 1. I eat lobster just so I could shit it. And then that brought forth this idea of fancy and money, Jay-Z. Foxy Brown rap like a nigga. You hear her more niggerish ways on that song she did with LL. Ding, ding, ding. What was that? Then the one with Keith Murray, Fat Joe, LL, and her. They said, my sister told me in the music video, my sister did music videos, Word with Hype, and was telling me in the music video, she kept grabbing her pussy like a nigga. Niggas said, stop grabbing your pussy. Because that's how they were rapping. Jay-Z culture in the Ferragamos and the Bananos and Dolce Cabbanos and Lucianos, Ringananos, Lucianis, Isaac Marazzi, Hisakanake, all of that dumb shit. Jay-Z did that same thing with Lil' Kim. They show you in the fucking dumbass movie, pick one, where he's cultivating Lil' Kim and Biggie crafting her. Those guys, that's the idea of a woman. You understand what I'm saying? That's the idea of a woman, or what a guy's idea of a woman should be. Aggressive, money hungry, blah, 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 which brought forth Nicki Minaj and the rest of those idiots. Even worse. And don't get me wrong, talent ain't got nothing to do with it. We're talking about the idea and the symbol here. You know what I'm saying? So if you like them and don't like them, that's your business. But we're talking about why they're here. So if you could get on that level, then you're doing something. So now you got ooh, wait a minute, let me put this fan on the nigga. So everything is giving way to something from a level of corruption, and by design, these guys are agents. Jay-Z, all these motherfuckers. They're agents, or they're just pretty much told, do that and you'll make it. That's all they have to be told. And they just go along with the program. They don't love you or care nothing about you or nothing about rap music. You know what I'm saying? They're doing shit that's so unidentifiable, and they think you so stupid. They take a picture in front of the goddamn Mona Lisa, and you're supposed to be fucking intrigued by this. That's the idea. Wow, they're doing shit that I never would do. It must be crazy when you got whatever number he told you he had. It must be crazy. He got that number. Well, I'll leave that alone. You know what I'm saying? You got family. You should be taking, you hear how you treat your family. Not his immediate family, but, well, let me leave it alone. Gonna talk that sass. So, knowing, okay, so now, was it socially engineered? Like I said, they do know pressure makes the diamond. Nevertheless, rap is now here and it exists. Then you get a story on the web. CIA agent comes out and says, shit, we was watching this thing since African Bambaataa and Flash. If he would have said since NWA, I would have said, obviously. But he said no, in New York. And it makes sense. They were always watching it. They always watching us. They're looking for messianic activity, messianic messengers. And they want to manufacture messianic messengers so you won't see when the real ones come. Who's a manufactured messianic figure? Tupac, stupid! Tupac is an invented messianic figure for you silly niggas to follow. All he did was make the climate hot. He gave you Brenda's Got a Baby and Dear Mama, and you thought he was so sincere. But then he gave you 75 other records about killing niggas, facilitated and pretend he did an East Coast and West Coast beef. And you think he wasn't an agent? You are fucking out of your mind. Loving this fool ass nigga. He never said none of them fucking records was baby, when you hear me, say me, feel me, feel aware me. Shut the fuck up with it. Biggie was an agent too. Hey, hey, I know you love it in New York, and he was a great rapper. But all that deaf shit, why you think they keep showing you this messianic Jesus context? They're still making documentaries on how this nigga died. What do they do with that? That's what they do with Jesus' story. Giving you one every Christmas, a new version, Temptation of Christ, Passion of Christ, Christ on Wheels, Jesus and his favorite hot sauce. They keep telling you the story over and over, like they keep telling you about his death over and over, like it's the crucifixion. That's because they drill in your head what you should follow. This is social engineering at its finest. Hey, is this thing on? Is this thing on? Now, if you look at, what's this channel? Industry Exposed. Now, he's over the top. Some of that shit is conspiracy theory is his finest. The way he presents it, it is a mind control presentation. But at the same time, I think there's a certain amount of truth. The thrust of his channel is about Tupac, even though he brings up some other shit that is very interesting, and I'll let you be the judge of it. But primarily look at Industry Exposed on YouTube and check out some of the things, what he compiles against Tupac that become very obvious and very interesting. How many times he says the number 33, all the Christ-like comparisons that he clearly was aware of. Not that it just happened to be like that because he's Pac, that he clearly was aware of. Now, I know not everybody knew, because there's a girl, I don't say a girl, a woman. I just knew her when we were young. In fact, I knew her from Marley's house. When I worked with Marley, actually I knew her because she sang on In Control Part 2. The album I told you Marley put us on when we was late. Her name was Portia. Portia eventually would come to Marley's because she got with Eric. Eric sang on Around the Way Girl. And Eric later got chosen after David Hollister left for Black Sheep. What was Teddy Riley's group? Not Black Sheep. Teddy Riley's group, Black, whatever that fuck was. They made No Diggity. He's the one singing on No Diggity. Black Street, thank you, Gary. And Portia, she also worked at Universal with me. Portia's always, I always was running into Portia. I ran into Portia out here in fucking, in not in Whole Foods, in the farmer's market. I was looking at this bitch, I'm like, God damn, that looked like Portia. He's like, what's up, nigga? I'm like, fuck you. So I forgot you moved in Atlanta, because all these people moved to Atlanta. I didn't give a fuck about Atlanta until Khadijah came in. So I forgot she was out here. And so Portia was showing up in videos with Tupac. The famous video where he's spitting, you see a light skin girl going, get out of here, get out of here. That's Portia. And in Universal, when I ran into her, Portia also was fucking with Garnett. That's why Garnett didn't deserve my beautiful Ayana. Now he did. He really did. I mean, they had a thing. But, you know, of course, back then, I'm like, nigga, you scooping up everything. Like, Portia came, he scooped Portia, and then started fucking with Ayana too. I'm like, nigga, you taking all my lovely friends. But Portia, somebody said, yo, I think Tupac is alive. Portia was like, no, I seen the body, I seen this, I was at the autopsy, I'm thing. Like I said, she knew him well. I'm sure it was happening too. My guess is it was happening. She ain't never confirmed that. But again, they know how to do clones, give the family a clone or whatever. So I don't necessarily put that in hell yeah. But what I do put in hell yeah is she clearly didn't know. So it's not like there's a circle of people who knows what really happened. Whatever happened, him and whatever agency, that's how it was happening. So, but it's clear that no. Because if you look at just the end result of Tupac, Dear Mama didn't reign supreme. Brenda's Had a Baby didn't reign supreme. All of those were to make you believe that he was of substance. More of his records were about destruction and created a destructive mentality. That's a fact. Biggie as well started getting you on this dream shit about money that gave you Jay-Z. Remember, Biggie authenticated Jay-Z and Mace. That was his job. Oh, y'all ain't ready, New York. I'm in love with the Coco. Biggie's job was to authenticate Jay-Z and Mace. He did records with them. Just boning Biggie, Biggie, boning Biggie, Biggie, just boning Biggie, Biggie. Bob that. What they were trying to promote is that rhythm too that Bone Thugs was doing. Crucial Conflict was the real deal. They didn't know who Bone Thugs were, even though they're all Midwest. I've talked to Wild Style about it. They just was doing what they was doing. And when Wild Style, Check the Records, y'all, came out with, what was their album? The Final Tick, I think it was called. That's Crucial Conflict. They made Hay in the Middle of the Barn, and they made The Rodeo. That was their biggest joints. But their whole album was incredibly fire. They were on Universal. And they came through Fab Five Freddy. And they were the real deal. Rappers started coming around to study them. They didn't know that then. What Wild Style was telling me was, they were coming, it looked like they were playing out acclimates. Missy Elliott, for Brat, Timberland, Puffy and them, coming to shows. Turned out they all started doing records to that rhythm of Crucial Conflict. Crucial Conflict, Wild Style, who produced it, and the leader of the group would say, DJs would call and say, we just don't know how to mix your records. They were the first to do that rhythm, that bounce shit that you know as standard today. Check the Records with them. You could almost say Bone Thugs was rapping to that rhythm, but they still had a slow boom bap. No, they had that boom. They was the first to do that shit. And then they made them invisible because they were the real deal. And again, that was on Puffy's album because they was trying to bring forth what eventually came forth, to change the boom bap rhythm. If they change the boom bap rhythm, New York is now a follower. No longer does boom bap lead it. Boom, so now you got to deal with niggas like out of New York called French Montana and all the rest of them. Even though they was trying to keep a little bit of New York dignity. French Montana still has a little bit of New York dignity. What's the other dude that looked like Method Man? He played Method Man in the thing. He kept New York dignity, even though he's making records. What's his name? He's making records from Dave East. Thank you, Stray Panther, Gary, Lanice, Dave East, El Solo, Dreadlock Lex. What up, Dreadlock Lex? Glad you're here live. So why are they keeping a certain amount of integrity that I can even hear? Nicki Minaj just gave that integrity up. She just became something else. She just said, I don't look at me as anything but who I am. And then, of course, after it's over, you see her hanging with Nas more because she was a little bit more authentic. Even if people were writing her raps before, she was saying some hard shit that she turned into, I'm a monster, and I guess that monster shit worked. But most people can, why? Because there was a grumbling, and is a grumbling in New York, that you cannot sell us out. We understand now you have to survive. So it has to sound somewhat like the shit that's being played, but you better still be able to put A, B, and C together in a fucking New York fashion, or else, you're going to get laughed out the game. Why? Because there's a climate of this, a group. So now, what's happening? We're going to move forward with this. What's happening? What I started to realize was what they were doing. Versus, they were starting to celebrate old rap. That was one of the ways. It became this profound interest in Kane versus KRS-One, and how they hugged and could tell you stories about how they move, helped each other move, and all of this shit. And even what's the boys? The Pink Boys were terrible. Radio made up radio stars. And it showed when they went against Jadakiss and the motherfuckers how corny Dipset is. Fucking corny. Corny. This is the era of invented nigga. I eat it so I can shit it. Remember, they under Mace, Puffy, fucking the other invisible dude, Rockefeller. All that made up later day shit. Wu-Tang was disheartened when ODB came out and signed with Rockefeller. They thought his medicine was fucking with him for signing with them. But that's how disgusting this shit is. Disgusting. Cockefeller. Somebody wrote Cockefeller. That's how disgusting it was and received. So them niggas smelling their own ass thought they could go against Jadakiss and these niggas, who, though they held on and tried to stay with the radio and do what they did, New York authenticity, Jadakiss is chic, locks, and all of them. Me personally, I'm not crazy about the rest of them. Jadakiss is insane. But I know he will never leave New York with what he does. And I guess he's content. He doesn't have a universal message. Nas actually doesn't have a universal message. He has a message that's so strong people can understand it somewhat, but no, he's more felt in New York from that center, and it thins out. They respect him, but I've seen a Chicago guy, I don't get it. Guys, I don't get it. New York, he draws up a Picasso-like picture if you're from New York. And that picture, Dame Dash is the guy of Frequency I was trying to figure out. But DMX was one of the last that slipped through, who was a New York heart. That's why we cry on the stage. And sorry you saw my Jesus, he didn't know any better. But his heart was real. His heart was in it, and he talked what he knew. And there was a lot of ignorance there too. A bitch need a bone and all that kind of stupid shit. But of course, there's nothing to guide them with no system, because they were trying to eradicate DMX, because if you remember, it was DMX and Jay-Z. And it was supposed to be all about Jay-Z and Jay-Z-esque type. Everybody's supposed to talk about money and what should really ultimately happen. Money, pussy, drugs. That's all you can talk about in rap. They streamlined it because it's about marketing. I worked at record labels too. And what I found out, my true education was there. Marketing is the key, is the order of the day. We would naturally think they want the hottest, freshest, creative song. That's the last thing on their mind. A creative song, they don't know how to sell it. It's creative. It's new. They might focus or concentrate on a certain market in a state that may not even be into the shit. So if it's a LL Salt and Pepper-esque record, they know where Salt and Pepper and LL sell. A marketing plan. In other words, you're not going to change the formula of a Twinkie talking about I'm creative and now Twinkies are organic. Somebody's going to look at you like, you out your fucking mind? Twinkies have a formula that absolutely works. We know exactly how, where to sell it, and what and how to put sprinkles on it during Christmas. We don't need an organic formula. We don't need new cream. And the same thing for music. We don't need New York with their creativity. We need the same gangster rap to say the same shit over. Compton, nigga. The same Snoop Dogg. We don't love shit and love these hoes. Then they eventually got to where they needed trap music, where you could hear 5 records in a row and not even know they changed. And then they gets to drill music, where it's even more streamlined, that your criteria for making a song is that you've already murdered somebody, and the end result of your dry snitching on your own self is a fucking RICO case. They got greedy with it, because if you remember, the CIA's whole thrust for making for controlling rap was to make it the soundtrack for taking your own ass to jail. So they invested in all the private prisons. I broke that down already. Go watch it if you haven't. Gas Draws, we on fire tonight. An incredible amount of snitches, starting with Jay-Z. I used to dribble down in VA. No, you did not like that, son. Damon Dash, how they was doing it all up in the streets. But then you see the picture of him in fucking collegiate, and with his collegiate suit on. Yeah, you know, I had to get the hustle. That's the hustle. You go to the white schools, that's the hustle. Yeah, right. None of them shits make you smarter. They train your ass for the world. And it's about pedigree. And you was there for pedigree, nigga. So your cousin being Stacey Dash, the Republican, says what your family really is. I don't think they were selling chicken bags uptown of weed, nigga. And maybe you were. So what? So what? Congratulations for being a regular nigga. All these niggas got you in your fucking ear with this bullshit. Know what I'm saying? Hustling you with nothing. A fantasy about nothing. Hustling you with your idea of what you think rap is and what they did to get there. And maybe they did. So what? I'm proud that I didn't sell drugs as a kid. And the opportunities were immense. I'm proud that something in me said, fuck that, this ain't for me. It's stupid. It's destructive. Even as a kid. So I'd rather go to Latin Quarters and kick you in your ass. That kind of destruction was my shit. Like I said, no judgment at what people had to do, but I judge hard for niggas who are fronting. And I don't know 100%. I don't know what they did, but telling it, the dudes I know who really did it, they don't tell it. Dudes I know who really did it, when I bring up, yo, one time I seen this kid and they was eating these string beans and this and that. Know what they'll say? I don't remember none of that. I don't remember nothing from the 80s. I don't remember nothing from that. And I noticed that, but then I know what that is. That is cognitive dissonance. You create a distance between the reality of what you did and your subconscious mind blocks it because it's so cruel. It's so disgusting when you grow up and then you realize as a grown-up that you're feeding someone's kids now that you have your own. Poison. Someone's mother now that you have a mother for your kids. Poison because they fell victim to some ghetto drug. Of course you block it out your mind. So any nigga in a rap record, I used to dribble down in VA, 9 times out of 10, you wasn't dribbling that hard, son. Because I know niggas who dribble like Thandie fucking Newton and Beloved. And they do not want to talk about it. Not for the snitching aspect of it, because they blocked it out because they now grow to realize what the fuck they are. Nothing but a fucking petty drug dealer. And that's real. Be honest with yourself. And again, I understand. I understand what you thought you needed to do because your back was against the wall. What you thought was the only opportunity. And you know it's not the only opportunity because you're not doing it now. You were lazy. And all you seen was the lazy way and you called it as an excuse. This is my only way out. So you flip some goddamn bags and now that story seems to be your fucking the origin story that you keep perpetuating to fucking children who listen to this. Vulnerable people who have nothing else. think this is their everything because it represents them. And this is by design. Rap is made to look like you. Rap is made to look like you. So you feel it's yours. But the words, even the groove and the hertz in what they use the music is designed to trap you, to keep you arrested in development, ignorant, nowhere and not even thinking. Forget going within. Somebody mentioned genetic alchemy. How? When you're just in love with the goddamn cocoa. This group mentality in New York is now starting to be appeased. And just like Search, that's all these New York niggas wanted. And if that's all New York niggas wanted, now we gotta deal with control. We gotta deal with mind control. Any group is under mind control. Every group is under mind control. Why? Because if I'm a Boy Scout and I do Girl Scout shit, then I'm not a Boy Scout. If I'm a Moor but don't want to wear the fez, then I'm not a Moor. To be a Moor, I must do more shit. And I can't get out of that. Therefore, my mind is controlled to that group dynamic, the squares of that group, the contract, like Judge Judy would say. The four walls of the contract is your initiation or your volunteering for the group. You created a contract. And now you're under control under that contract. So when we have a group of disgruntled New Yorkers, we're under control. So they start with the verses to get the juices flowing again. Then you start hearing, and I started hearing about more of these old school guys getting more work. Work today is no longer record sales, no longer airplay. Work today is shows. They turn to rely on shows. From B.O.B., this is what he said. A record is now a hit if we get requests and we do shows. We don't do no shows, it's really not a hit. Streaming doesn't bring you no money. Let me say it again for you niggas who think that's happening. Streaming does not bring you no money. B.O.B. said every million streams is $20. 1 million streams is $20. That's how stupid rap has gotten even for the. So when them niggas is holding up stacks like this, that's probably all they got. No bank account. Everything they got is probably what they holding up right there. Maybe. Kodak Black, once people stop paying attention, everything will be over. If he could get a job sweeping somewhere. Perhaps. It's not real. It was always made to show you flash. Mary J. Blige didn't recoup her first album, which means broke even with the record company, until her third album. They have to pay for jumping out of helicopters in music videos. CDs, they pay for. Some labels don't make you pay for your CDs. But posters, flats, stickers, any airplane that the staff goes on, we would market to whatever group. Any dinner, lunch rather, or dinner, market to the group. Every phone call to the group. The light bill came in, we divvied it up against the group's royalties because we're there for nothing but the group. So everything we do while we're promoting said group is billable back to the group. So we gave them $100,000. The budget for the album is at least $1 million, or better. But let's say they continue and it's actually a hit like Mary's was. They got to do more music videos, more things to promote, more singles. Therefore, they're more in a hole with record number one. Then they get a budget for record number 2, and the process starts all over again. But they're still paying for 1. But now they got to do music videos again. And blah, blah, blah. So now you try to figure out if they don't have a great deal in the beginning while they're going through this, then you'll figure out why TLC is saying, well, we're broke. And you know how many TLCs were broke that just didn't tell you because they were embarrassed? Because it's a terrible hustle. And that's when the so-called getting was good. Now you don't even sell records to even have this problem. It's streaming that you get your royalties from. And also your performance. BMI and ASCAP used to handle your performance money, what was played on the radio. So you get a percentage for that, that's your royalties. And a percentage for what you sell. You don't sell no more, streaming took over. Now when you used to get 3 pennies for $1, now you get less than a penny, a percentage of a penny per $1 for streaming. That's because these niggas had no business sense. All they wanted to do was be in their video doing this, holding up their stack of money. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. With a money phone. While they're concerned about that and looking like that, snatch it from under them. Madonna tried to start a coalition. Look, we gonna boycott streaming. We ain't getting no money. You didn't hear about that for too long. Pharoah, whatever his name is, made that song Because I'm Happy. Said, yo, I can't remember the number, but whatever the number was, disgusting. He said, y'all heard how popular that song was? This is how much I got from streaming all together. We need to stop it. Voice was gone. The business has taken over the creativity, but the business has ran themselves into a wall with drill music. They were creating a group for this. Y'all listening? Here's what I want you to listen. Listen. They were creating a group for this moment. They knew they were driving the business aspect. See, this is how it worked. If I was a New Yorker, LL, who made a record, I would say, I want to do the records I want to make, Russell. He would say, fine, but give me at least 3 I can use. That's where you get, I Need Love. I don't want to, you heard the famous, I don't want to do that record. Do the record is the biggest record. Run DMC, give me a record I could use. We're going to call this Walk This Way. Okay, they fought, we'll do it over. They said, no, we don't even want your rhymes. Do the entire record over. Sing their lyrics. Get the fuck out of here. Jam Master Jay finally called them. They did it, and bye, bye, bye. You know the history. Same thing. Biggie Smalls. Puffy, give me, do whatever you want with all that murder and I'm ready to die shit. Give me Juicy Fruit. Juicy, whatever that is. No, I don't want to do it. And that's the one they lead off with. So it was always a compromise between the business heads and the creative heads. A compromise. New York fought for that compromise to get what we wanted and give them what they wanted. Rappers from the South don't have skin in the game. So if a business guy's go, I want 10 of whatever Juicies, they're going to say, whatever. I just want to hold up my stack of money. If this is the way I get money, because they don't care about rap or skill or whatever. They're just trying not to be drug dealers or no longer be drug dealers or broke or whatever. So whatever heat they started on YouTube, now record companies used to have to market you, take care of you. You get into trouble, they had to bail your ass out. That was the deal. Now record companies have morphed into primarily publishing companies that control numbers on the internet. The numbers on the internet are the perception of popularity. Don't be stupid. Nicki Minaj does not have 74 million followers. There's not 74 million motherfuckers that care about music more or less than that. I'm a monster. I'm a monster music. How do you know? When she puts up a picture, if she has 74 or 24 million people, whichever that number is, that's ridiculous either way, she should get at least 1 million responses. But she's getting 7,000. She's popular. 7,000, 10,000 at the most, if that. Not if you have 24 million people following you. you're at least going to yield 1 million responses. That's because those are bots. And I know that they do that. Bots all day. So the record labels went towards that form of mind control, but at the same time, they no longer have to stand behind or sign with their artists anymore, or have no obligation. So when Kodak Black becomes viral for his own stupidity, they then could approach him, make his shit go viral. Leor Cohen, who used to run Def Jam, now runs YouTube Music. He decides what goes on the first page, what you search for, how searchable it emerges. So if he decides to bury LL Cool J, which I'm sure he never would, a Def Jam alumni, all he has to do when you search for it, it comes further down the list. Google does that as well. So they control what you see when you search. It's controlled. It ain't just happening. And Leor Cohen now controls what happens in music. One man. Oh, y'all niggas ain't really in love with the fucking cocoa like you think you are. One man controls that. Pay attention. Pay attention. So this is a controlled thing. So now the business guys have now controlled the house. There's no longer a creative thing. Therefore, all radio, there's no more getting on the radio. There's no more making that groovy song and somebody going, that shit is great, Panic. You did a great job. Most of that went underground. There's a whole underground. MF Doom was the leader of underground rap. Craig G is big on it. Underground rap, as I'm talking to DJs in New York, is starting to blow up after the Versus thing again. What was the Versus thing? Why were they starting to turn attention back to New York? Then they hit you with it. 50-year anniversary of hip hop. What are they doing? They're starting, or think they're starting. This is all ritual. This is all ritual to give acclimates to a group that they created in New York that is dying for acclimates. How do you know? When B.O.B. Search was like, hey, I'm MC Serge. One time I did this with you and we worked on this. B.O.B. said, fuck all of that, nigga. You MC Search, nigga. What the fuck? Serge like, you know who I am? He said Search was in his hands like this the whole night after that. I said, we've been lusting for that. We did so much groundwork. We are now a group that wants the same thing, mind control. So they give you 50-year anniversary, and most niggas in New York hates it. Hates it. Pete Rock and them 50-year, fuck that. They put up a picture of Heavy D. Where's Heavy D? For years, the Grammys, Guru dies, there's no Guru. The Grammys, why are you giving it to Will Smith and not this one? Why this one? Kanye gets on stage. Why did Beyonce get this and not this one? We were always getting jerked for years. New York. Always. Why isn't Q-Tip? Everyone knows he's the greatest trivia question that you ask any kid. Any kid, young. You think you know rap? Yeah, I know rap. Who's Tribe Called Quest? Okay. And you got really no props but between us. Why no props? They were creating a group that we lusted for what? Props. Because we got none over the years. Tretch and them just go into invisibility. They doing plays and shit. They should be honored. Coogee Rap, somebody brought up. Should be a fucking Mount Rushmore picture of them in rap somewhere. More museums, more outlets, more places that Coogee Rap can work. I got a whole lecture on Guru as Himendall. Guru is also someone who I had acquaintance with back in the days. Sweet guy. Excellent behavior. Like the real rap niggas, they were elevated beyond anything when you would meet them. Kool Keith, like I said, Guru, you name them. The ones who were kind of arrogant oh, I can tell you in their career how that shit also goes. But you know, and people could be anything. But overall, like I said, you would know you were meeting otherworldly people sometimes when you was meeting a lot of rappers. And now I think back and some of them. I want to shout out my man Jesse. He made the transition. This was actually shocking. I talked to my boy Super Lover seeing them. Jesse, when I worked at the skating ring, is a job that Marley got me in 1987. Jesse was a dancer. And he used to always dance when we was there. He had a rough face. When I met him, he was just like a sweetheart guy. He looked like a thug nigga. I knew him for years. Travis used to dance with him. Travis was the dude we knew. And then when Super Lover seeing them got big, did a record called Do the James, was about a dance. Travis and Jess was the dancers. So we went on tour with Travis and Jesse. Jesse became cooler. So when Jesse got the job, Jesse spent the night. We was at Soup's house. And Soup's brother, James, he had a bunk bed. You know what I'm saying? We did a lot of fucking on them bunk beds. So Jesse's sleeping in the bottom bunk. So we got to get him. So he sleep. We put the cover over them. Blah, 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 gave him the treatment. You know what I'm saying? So we think, we not really killing them. We just put them in the crew. For real, for real. All of a sudden we hear, what the fuck is going on, bruh? Then we put the cover, he's crying, shit, nigga. What the fuck is happening? Jess was just a good nigga we didn't know because his face looked so cool. So for years, Jess had kids, grew up, everybody, Facebook. I found out he passed the other day. So I want to shout out my man Jess, you know what I'm saying? Give him this little rap dedication. You know what I'm saying? I just remember that nigga used to do the Running Man and shit. Shout out to my nigga. All right, so I started to realize they are now starting to turn the table back to New York. There's something else I'm missing that became something else I'm missing that they also did to start sparking up New York. The tours, like I said, are getting more plentiful. The underground is starting to bubble more. I was talking to dudes. They're asking for records in New York. And then this Scarlet chick makes this record, and all the OGs who have the same mentality start cheering, right? Shit, Scarlet may be a goddamn agent. Who the fuck knows yet? I haven't heard it yet. But they're bringing it back to New York because they ran into the end of the business. And then they need to spark the creativity again. So I'm like, because the B.O.B. asked the important question. He said, well, what could they possibly make now? I said, they don't have to make nothing new. All they have to do is start the whole process that they did for the last 50 years over again. Let the creative people, I said, and then I thought about it, I said, know what the creative thrust, not full circle, full hustle, Mac. Listen to what I'm saying. It's not full circle because none of this shit is beautiful. When you say full circle, it's like my family left and then they went to study on the Serengeti. Then they came home, back to what they know. Peaks Kabbalah. That's full circle. What I'm telling you is full hustle. Full hustle, nigga. They hustling it back to the creative because they need to restart the process all over again to manipulate you motherfuckers. So once it ran into its deadness of drill, they created a group in New York of old, disgruntled rap heads that need their just due. So if the spotlight flies on New York, that would make KRS, that would reinvigorate KRS-One, Fat Joe, the Wu-Tang Clan, CL Smooth will come out of goddamn retirement, Pete Rock and him will get back together, Premier will dig Guru up and try to animate him. It would be a whole we found old Biggie, whatever. Puffy already said he was going to try to tackle R&B again. So he was trying to get his old funky ass back in it because they destroyed R&B. because they're going to bring a New York renaissance, listen to what I'm saying, of R&B back. When they do that, that's going to be the energy that brings forth new rap, a new New York renaissance, and then know who comes next? West Coast. If they're doing old shit, then they'll probably wake Dre back up, or them old niggas with them perms. They're going to do them old records. Ice Cube and all them still trying to make records. The best nigga to rap in LA while I'm here, Dub C. Woo! Get into Dub C shit. He was beyond. I actually talked to him once on the phone because Dino was talking to him at the label. And I was at the when Suge Knight all up on the video at the Source Awards. So he was asking me what happened. I was like, yeah, he did that. He's like, what? Yeah, no. But I enjoyed Curb Serving, one of the best albums that didn't get the props that it deserved. Curb Serving by Dub C. Listen to that shit. Every joint is a monster. That was one of the top 10 that didn't get it. And then if you listen to Dub C, I seen something the other day. Woo! Dub C was just doing that shit. Badass. I give it to Ross Koss and the rest of them niggas, but Dub C be getting it. So he's a good West Coast rapper. Now you're gonna see that emerge, then you'll just see all the Scarface, all the people that we thought were honored, because they were all created now, the Mad Circle, right? Dub C and the Mad Circle. Somebody said MC Breed, kill yourself. Then he made hickeys on your chest or some shit. Brother Lynch Hong. Somebody said Ice-T. That niggas need to start killing yourself. But yes, you'll see. You may not see him merging with Ice-T because he's already he's a white man. You ever just look at Ice-T? He's a white man. When the fuck did you authenticate this white man? That's why he's with the white woman, because he's a whitey. He's never been he's a fucking cornball. And I knew he was a cornball for this reason. I knew he was an agent because we was at the Apollo, Super Lover C. We was all behind stage. It was one of them shows where everybody was there. Chuck D, MC Light, and KRS, and LL. It was one of them whatever shows. And we was back there. And Ice-T came back, and we were introduced to him by somebody else. But we seen him around, because he would come around to New York. He had that ponytail and that rabbit hat still at this time. And we laughing at him in his face. But he's cool as a cool combo. He's just chilling. And remember, he put Everlast on his first album, another white boy. These are white boys. These are white boys dressed up like infiltrating his niggas. These were agents. Everlast, Ice, I'm sure of it. That's why Ice-T used P.S. King. He had nothing. First in that movie, Breaking. Breaking was another fucking, just like Mos Def was, a dumbing down. Beat Street was the real breakdancing movie. You think niggas was wearing them goddamn majorette outfits? Turbo was nice, but that other nigga, Ozone, he's gone now too. And he used to fuck with Leela Rashawn. Sunshine from Harlem Nights, that was his wife. And he used to beat her. If you look closely, she's in the movie Breaking. In the scene when they're in the club doing the lock. That was some stupid shit. Rerun, though, was a god. They were in the same group, but Ozone was corny. He used to make them faces, doing that dumb shit, and walk. He's fucking whack. The whole movie was whack with Kelly. Niggas still, y'all grew up with it, so y'all think it's the shit. Him fucking with that broom. Niggas doing that. Like, that shit was whack. Real niggas in New York was like, nah. A lot of niggas in New York, to be fair, fucked with it because they wanted to see breakdancing and what we did at any cost. Me, I was like, nah, man, make that shit authentic. We was Crush Groove. You know what I'm saying? We was that. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I have a New York bias, but at the same time, breakdancing was New York. Pop locking was them, what Ozone was doing. And breakdancing really took over the country really big. So Ozone did it well. He just was a cornball doing it. Like, he knew how to make his moonwalk feet go real high know what I'm saying? But the Jerry curl and the outfits. Hey, Kelly. Know what I'm saying? Remember, we gotta save the center, Kelly. We need to do it. You ready? It's stupid. Stupid. Know what I'm saying? And in fairness, Beat Street is stupid, but it had so much authentic hip hop moments in it. That's what you really watching for, the breakdancing in the moment. Because the movie was done by Beat Street by what's his name? Harry Belafonte. And the main character, which niggas in New York complained about because he wasn't authenticated anywhere, was the son of Ruby D and Ozzy Davis. That was their son. So he just used him. It's working. It's working. He was corny. Good evening, party people, and the way you go. We going to do it in Rock the Show. We here tonight with the Disco 3. Now we're going to spin it for me. Let's go. Let's scratch. I get a scratch on it. Terrible. Terrible. But Lee was authentic. The breaking was authentic. The graffiti was semi-authentic. Spit was fucking corny. Ramon was corny. But it was at least authentic. You know what I'm saying? We couldn't relate. Remember when they had the dude with the crippled legs and shit, breaking and breaking? He was like spinning on his head. He ain't had no legs. Like, I get that moment. And I get that. But nah, son. Nah, son. You know what I'm saying? I get that that means a lot. And he's probably a happier person because of that. You know what I'm saying? Not crazy legs. We talking about the dude with no legs and breaking. Remember, he was like, he had the crutches. He was doing his spins on the crutches, and he was twirling his little legs around. He's like, and they kept looking at his face all close, like he's just enjoying himself. Boy, these breakdancing shit right here. Boy, look what it's doing for the community. We got little twiggy leg people right here. He's able to do his spins. So, okay, I get it. And I'm sensitive as a grown-up to, I guess, what that means and could mean to someone. But son, as a New York break dude, it was a certain quality that we had to maintain, or at least we thought in our mind we were maintaining, because we knew, even if we couldn't verbalize it, how dumbed down our craft would be. And we knew it to be a craft. We knew it early on to be a craft. We knew it was ours. We knew it was ours. And we wanted, if you were a young kid that was going to share in it, you better had did it our way. That's how we thought about it. So when you see Ozone breakdancing, you seen talent, but then there were so many things. If you were a true stickler like I was, I'm looking at his outfit. He was wearing shit that you go to parades in, like a majorette. That wasn't hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And we were doing it for hip hop. They were doing it to hang out on Venice Beach. We weren't doing it for that reason. We weren't doing it to save nobody. It was a skill set. Crazy Legs, which was brought up, was Jimmy Spicer. Somebody said Jimmy Spicer, like Dracula without his fangs, like the boogie to the boogie without the boogie bang. I'm Dracula from Transylvania. I'm Soup. That was old Soup, but rhymes. It's a new thing. It's a new thing. You ain't gonna catch me with nothing, nigga. I'm rap everything, DJ Cisco. You want to know the wolf? Ow! He's on Sugar Hill. Look for the wolf on Sugar Hill. All right, so that created a mentality that I started to realize that all of us have in New York. And now they're trying to pretend appease it to stimulate a new creative revolution. They're gonna. I think they're not. They're probably. Puffy has just become so fucking homosexualized with his homosexual ways. In Latin Quarters, the club I told you about, Puffy was gay and he was dancing with the guys who were gay. I remember that personally. So he's been struggling with that shit, I imagine. Now it doesn't look like a struggle. He looks like a big ornery queen. So I don't know if they can activate him because of his rep at this point to do R&B. But then again, niggas forgive easy. It's all about mind control. But they're going to try to put, that's why they destroyed R&B so thoroughly. That's why there's no Jills and Ericas and Soul Childs, which I wasn't really too fond of, but still I'd rather them in the world than nothing. There's no singing. Bitches is singing about fucking bleaching their anus, son. I pull my panties to the side, my panties to the side. Then we fucking McDonald's bathroom. I'ma get the fries when I'm done, hot fries when I'm done. And he fucks in the McDonald's bathroom. You like, damn, bitch, did that really happen? And so they destroyed it because they're going to build it up. We're going to see the authenticity, say, finally, our R&B is back, our dignity is back. Then you'll see guys like Timbaland and all the rest of that shit come back and blah, 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 blah. And then rap rides along with it. Fat Joe and them do their guest appearances. They start doing their records. Then New York has their boom back. And, you know, after the 50 years, there's one more thing that they did that I should have wrote down. They did the verses. They did the 50-year, which a lot of people were against. But if they're saying it, what it angers us more in New York. So we say, let's show you what we really are after 50 years. Boom. That's what they're trying to inspire in this group. Social engineering. They're trying to create the same stimuli as when they show you police beating up black people. Then you got a whole bunch of Black Lives Matter shirts on, a bunch of Black Lives this, a bunch of going down to the Pentagon, a bunch of going out to vote, a bunch of doing something based upon the group or the system that you think you participate in to let out your angst of whatever you have happening. You're a voter. I got a voting button. I voted today. If you or you watch CNN all day and believe you're being educated, you know what I'm saying? Or you come on YouTube and rant, or you do whatever you do based upon your group affiliation, or you're a group provocateur. You do what you do based upon reacting to stimuli. So if they create a subgroup within rap, this anxiety, this angst, this building up a New Yorkers of we need our credit, then they give you false credit while they're stimulating some of your activity. These guys are getting more, like KRS-One never stopped making records. There's a whole underground scene, like I said. That underground scene, as I talked to DJ Channing from Queensbridge. He's another OG DJ. He was telling me the underground scene is getting fucking ridiculous now. Money-wise, Craig G bought a house. And most of y'all probably don't know he's still been doing. He's got a following that's insane in terms of his underground following. And like I say, they're winning with that shit. MF Doom had properties. You understand what I'm saying? Winning with that shit. So that underground is going to be the standard, and that's going to be the New York standard. Trap music is over. For the Billboard, for the first time, announces there's no rap music charting anywhere. You understand? It's over. It's over. So when it's over, they're not going to give up that money. They're going to go back to where it started. That was dramatic. They're going back where it started, New York. And the energy would be New York always wants to tell all these dumb South niggas, get the fuck out. That's why I said this girl is suspect so far. She is exactly almost the prescription of what a New York nigga will be looking for, like I pointed out earlier. A young person saying the shit. Why do you know that? I told you that I was doing that with B.O.B. When I kept, for some reason, I had a need to keep informing this young rapper about old rap. That's what New York is. We've been through so much with the OGs, and there's so much to pass on that these young rappers don't even understand how much we can pass on. So much game we could pass on. Not even just about the creation of it, the business of it. How to certify yourself forever. Rap has fucked it up for everything. Why do you think Elton John is retiring from touring? His age rent is over. Ain't nobody coming out to see that no more. They in love with the Coco, son. It's been 50 years. The Eagles, they named about 3 other classic American groups. The Eagles used to fight for Michael Jackson in Billboard charts for the #1 album ever sold most in the world. But in fairness, the Eagles album was a greatest hits. Michael Jackson's album was Thriller, a straight album. But they used to fight for #1. I think Michael Jackson eventually won that. But they're not touring no more. The shift has happened. So they need to shift it back in the golden age, back to where the gold is first mined from. They're going back to the resource. This is not a full circle. We return home because they're not doing it with honor. This is them going saying, now that we ran this goddamn token out, let's go get another token. So let's appease their ego. Let some young person go, get the fuck out of New York. Get the fuck out of New York. Yeah, nigga, that's what we want to say. We hear on the radio all day. All of that stupid shit. When I went back to New York for a visit, my sons were intimidated coming from Atlanta for the first time. So he turned on the radio and he heard all the records that he hears in Atlanta. It was over. He felt just like a bug in the rug. Familiarity. He thought he was going to get to New York and hear, yeah, motherfucker, boom, boom, bap, boom, boom, bap. No, that ain't happening no more in New York. That's underground shit. It ain't on the radio. They play the same crap that you hear every day. So when they say get the fuck out of New York, that's a swan song. That equates to a young rapper named B.O.B. saying, fuck all this business. You MC Serch. Serch said, yeah, good. I'm Serch. And that was it for the rest of the night. And that's what this girl, Crazy Lips, Scar Lips, is really saying when she's saying get the fuck out of New York. It appeases something that was created and now a group of thought in New York. Enough energy for them to start moving their asses to start creating something as if there's a new renaissance. After Versus, after 50 years, after the underground's getting big, after drill music ends and Billboard announces there's no rap on the charts, now we here. So you'll probably see a new hip hop renaissance. Hail Satan. Just while we hear all hail Satan. I'm predicting now there's going to be a new energy renaissance in New York. That's why the records you heard that I was playing earlier have Grandmaster Caz, a New York Titan on it, along with my good brother, B.O.B., and there'll be others with a New York concentration. We're going to get this to flex. Caz could do that. Caz has an interest on this because he's on it. So we're talking, and we've had that discussion. Caz could call anyone and say, play, and hang up, and it'll happen. So that's what's going to happen because we understand So B.O.B. said, I don't even want to know. Just do your New York shit to it, sprinkle it. And that's what I've been doing. It's sprinkled. And we're going to focus a little bit on New York, at least for this project. And I got I'm going to dust off some old rappers. We're going to talk, I've been talking to the Lords of the Underground, Do It All, and a couple of other old guys. And we're going to do some New York focus while the getting is good, because I'm predicting that's where the concentration is going to be. But like, again, what I realize and see, and what y'all need to understand is that, Van Halen, Hail Satan, same shit. So again, what this whole picture made me realize on another layer is how they actually are controlling New York and continue to control rap in our scenario. While this angst, I thought, was a natural angst, this egotistical feeling that any New Yorker would share. You know, Marley Marl had to get on, because he's still on the radio, and say how he liked mumble music. Even if he does like it, goddamn. And if he had to say that just so he doesn't seem isolated or foreign from young people because he's still on the radio, goddamn too. You understand what I'm saying? Either way, mumble music doesn't even exist anymore. You didn't even have to say that shit. But I'm always gonna remember you said that shit, nigga. I don't like mumble music. What mumble music? It's fucking. It's not. It's called rap. The point is to hear the fucking words. Now I get it, cause what mumble music did, if it was, I get it. I get what Marley was saying, because I know what now that I know Marley, because I know Marley and I know how he thinks. He heard what I heard. Now, what I heard in mumble music was they focused on rhythm. Like, for instance, Reagan is the president, I voted for Shirley Chisholm. Let me get a better record I remember. Super Lover C. Or even Busta Rhymes. Put your hands with the eye to see. If you know the rhythm to that song, but you also know the words. If you couldn't understand the words because he mumbled it, the rhythm would still be hot. Do 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 do. I feel what you do. So I heard that and said, if it was someplace that was authentic, and maybe it is for them and this and that, I see, but I'm not that convinced. Maybe Marley heard the rhythm aspect of what they were doing and gave it a pass. You understand what I'm saying? And I get that too. Somebody put Black Moon with question marks. You asking, who are you asking? Well, they may be asking the room. Black Moon was corny. You know what I'm saying? They had that moment, who got the props, and I knew Evil D and his brother Walt. Walter used to work at the record store in the same strip as the Coliseum was. The Coliseum was a building or a mall in the strip of Jamaica Mall on 165th. And that's where the Shirt Kings was, where I told you was. But across the street was a record store, whichever one, and DJ Walt was there with Evil D, would come in. So we knew Walt. And then they eventually became Black Moon. So we always knew them for years. I didn't know the rapper, but the DJs, I know Evil D was still my man. Then Evil D became really cool with my sister, because whatever label she was at, they were cool. Then we got reacquainted. Let's see, what else we got? Boot Camp Click. I don't remember. That's when I was like starting not to pay attention. All those backpackers. That was starting to get out of my whatever. But see, New York did some stupid shit too. Hip hop horror. You know what I'm saying? If anybody remember that fucking debauchery, me and Jazzo was talking about how silly that shit was. So, you know, again, it just only tells me how this shit is controlled. So this live lecture kind of goes along with what I was doing, what I started to talk about with the CIA and the programming in the social engineering of rap music in its origin. This also goes along with that because now, like I said, they ran out of shit to do, so they need to get us to do it again. And what they did for a long time was just ignore us. So now that when they put the spotlight on us again, you know, all of these silly niggas like Fat Joe and the rest of them are going to fucking bite. They're going to bite that fucking bait and make all of these records and get the fuck out of New York. See, I told you so. I'm glad drill's over. Now this is how the OGs do it. This is how you should be doing it. And they want to teach these rap lessons again. But while they're doing it, they're creating a whole new diagram to do exactly what happened again. A whole new diagram for it. They're doing this whole thing again because there's nowhere to go, like I said, after rap. There's no new music form. There's only forms of music that is forming under the banner of rap. Hip hop house, hip hop this. Remember there was hip hop house at one point. Jack your body, jack your body. Jungle Brothers, who I knew well. Jungle Brothers was real cool. My man Africa from the Jungle Brothers started becoming a glamour, started wearing makeup. He was Baby Bam Bada. I'll just leave that right there. The other dude, Mike D, they were all cool. De La Soul was okay. I didn't really get along with the dark skinned dude, so we never really had much. De La Soul was incredible. But as a business, they stayed 100% authentic to their sound. Their last album sounded like a continuation from 3 Feet High and Rising. And truthfully, they never really went in crazy places. A couple of records they did, the one they did with Shaka Khan made some noise again. It ain't that time, whatever that was. And the underground always kept a light on for them. So they were underground rappers. They were cool. They hung out in a certain kind of way. I remember I was telling Africa, I was like, yo, man, what the fuck is up with this dark skinned dude, bro? I said, shit is starting to get hostile around here. We was at it was called something, but it was the old Studio 54. And I was looking at him like, what the fuck, son? I was like, nah, that's my man. Cool. I gotta introduce you. I was like, nah, we'll do it another time. And who else they hung with? Latifah was cool. Latifah was real. I remember one time I got up in the bridge and shit. Went to the center. Center was open. And they playing basketball. So I sat on the shit. Fucking Latifah was in there. Running a full fucking court by herself. With running a full court playing basketball. But nobody was really no entourage, no nothing. No, she just came to the bridge and started playing ball. This bitch is real. And this had to be in the 80s. Remember, she's from New Jersey. She's from McCroy. And I ain't no real reason for her to be there more than she came. She might have been, I think she was fucking with some chick out there. I think so. I think I heard that later. Anyway, she hung with them. Latifah was more cool. But know who was actually my road dog? Not really a road dog, but Monifa. She was cool as fuck. Monifa was fucking with my man Casanova Rudd. She was just a bad bitch when she was young. I'm talking about a bad bitch. And he chilling in the bed. So I came downstairs to his crib. I was at Colente's house. To fuck with the drum machine. I'm sitting on the edge of his bed, his mom's bed, fucking with the machine. She's behind me laying in the bed. They watching TV. He's just moving back and forth. So I'm standing up and sitting down, fucking with the drum machine. Chopping it up, like somebody said. in 1987. I was chopping it up. And I'm getting up and down, and apparently I had a wedgie. So she gets off the bed, and she did it dignity. She grabbed it by the pockets and pulled my pockets out so the shit came on my ass, and I started laughing. This bitch is crazy. But Rudd seen the end of it. What the fuck are you doing? I was like, yo, she didn't dig in my ass and pull it out, son. Nah. And Rudd didn't even remember he was dating her when I brought it up. Then I just knew her and remembered her. And years later, when we did that record with Marley, Def Jam had a party. We went down, and Monifa was there with another girl. We remembered each other. Just had fun all night. We was laughing, blah blah blah. No records yet. I didn't even know she did anything. Then, boom. Years later, she makes her record with Heavy D, Monifa, and my sister worked for Uptown. This is when Heavy D took it over. Andre Harrell was gone. My sister was working for Uptown. I was across at Universal. So they're having a party, a release party for Monifa. Son, Uptown Records had the best fucking food. So I said, yo, I'm going to Uptown. They got shrimp over there, look like baby arms, son. I'm just going to walk through, get a plate, see if they say something. So I walk through. I'm scooping up big ass shrimps. I'm piling my shit up, right? And Monifa's sitting across, in the pictures, the lights and all that shit around. Cause she looks at me, she's like, the fuck is this nigga doing here? I'm busting down the shrimp. Not saying nothing. She's baffled at how this nigga got here. I said, all right then. And just left. Never said nothing. She was fucking trying to keep her fucking composure. And that's the last I seen. Then I started seeing her on reality shows. I've seen so many motherfuckers. That's what New York was. It was a whole rap extravaganza. I came to the planet for that and this. Rap from day one. I witnessed, worked with, did, seen, helped shit come about. A big, great portion of it. So when you see how terrible it is, you have this need to correct it. So what they're doing now through the engineering is bringing it back to New York. New Yorkers think they're going to correct it, but what they're doing is creating a whole new creative ball for everybody to start slowly degrading to business again, and they do it all over again. Then the new niggas will say they fucked it all up, and that's how they keep shit going. Do y'all understand? It's a destroy, rebuild process. But again, y'all need to understand, destroy and rebuild also speaks to something that's a natural process. What I'm saying is they manufactured this destroy, rebuild process at the detriment of you and your children's conscience. Do you know how many niggas are dead because of a rap mentality? Do you know how many niggas are in jail because of a rap? So what you mean rebuild? I'm telling you from day one, rap was never a rebuild thing. Rap was the story of fucking oppression from day one. You wouldn't have made it if you wasn't oppressed. Rap is a story of sadness. Even though we say in Delancey Street, every one of these niggas singing about it would definitely love to be someplace else besides Delancey. Generically, let's just say Beverly Hills. Generically, because that means nothing either. But we knew this wasn't us. We're talking about our circumstance, and our circumstance was a circumstance already born in destruction. Rap was destruction made into a business, bruh. Y'all fucking need to learn. Sitting here for nothing. Rap is a fucking business born out of destruction, made destruction. I told you, Red Alert had to turn on the lights every fucking 30 minutes. Stop fighting and give a whole fucking speech about why they can't go further because of what we are. They throwing fucking Rakim, that fucking don't. I know you got soul. Somebody got stabbed. Public Enemy, damn, stabbing. Lights coming on. Warm It Up came. Zoom, doom, doom. That excitement. Do you know what they had to do when they opened it up to the rest of the New York City clubs? Instead of making rap clubs, rap was a set that the DJ played. He would play reggae, house, rap, and before you started getting violent, back to house. And it worked. See, when you heard that rap all night, it inspired violence, bro. We have to come to terms with that. I have. I don't know if you have to. And I don't care if you do. I had to come to terms with maybe rap was a manufactured thing. And even though it tapped into my creativity, and that's why I loved it, and that was real. It was still inspired by something that controls you because they know who and what you are. In your soul music, they know how you do. And all they had to do is apply the pressure and let you do it. And because you are doing it, you become beloved to it. Therefore, you can't see the real reality of it. There's a dead rapper almost every fucking 3 weeks now. You can't see the reality of it. There's a cognitive dissonance because you grew up, they played it on the radio for you. The radio is your worst enemy. You only know this shit because it's brought to you by the radio. You grew up listening to it over and over again. What did I tell you programs you? Repetition, symbols, trauma. Repetition. The chorus is called what? The hook. What are they trying to hook you to? Hook you to the song forever, to the time forever, to the falsehood of the joy, the falsehood of Tupac. Because they understand mind control tactics. You don't. They apply them, use them, and control you with it. They understand how to control masses. That's what makes them your controller, by grouping you. So they created a New York group, is what I'm saying. This is not beautiful. It's not wonderful. This is fucked up. So with that same love, we're going to make all of this shit again. And then get exploited again. That's how the party is. Dearly beloved. I was born in 1971. I was born in 1968, nigga. So was Khadijah. She was born in 1971. 71 was a lovely... I was 3. Probably already got some pussy. My babysitters. Public Enemy. That music moved my soul. Fodfo Rakim. Let me tell you, Fodfo. Same thing. Public Enemy was the swan song. Anything they did was unbreakable. So much so that I had to do records for Public Enemy. I worked and I did everything to get to Public Enemy. I didn't give a fuck. Every time I heard Public Enemy, I could stand in front of my drum machine and fuck something up. Even to this day, Chuck D still makes records. I'm like, he better not come across me again. It was actually a symbol when I moved finally to Atlanta. You know, my shit was in transit through whatever pod system, you know, they mail your shit down. So I had to take a plane, get my ass out here. And that was the move. When I moved, I seen Chuck D on the plane. Yo, Chuck, what up? Yo, Larry Panic Walford. That's what they were. That was on the record, Larry Panic Walford. And then he goes, he's like, yo, all right, so we do the flight. He comes off, he waits for me. Just talking. Yeah, I moved out. You should have been moved out here. I said, no, I've been speaking, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I seen that, Brother Panic. I was like, yeah. He said, yeah. I said, yeah, well, you know, he said, I know you're doing this, that, the other. I said, no, I'm not doing what Griff's doing. My shit is grassroots. So I knew it was a sign of prosperity that it was a good move out here. But working with him was golden. After that, I didn't want to do rap anymore. That's when I started working at record labels. I ran out of shit to do. I was no longer inspired because I moved on inspiration. And all I wanted to do was Public Enemy. So Hank, I worked with Hank and we did remixes, so I know I was getting closer. I didn't ask. Hank gave him my shit, and Hank was going for one song. Hank was just trying to put me onto a PE song. Chuck picked 4, and that's what we did. Chuck, it was a terrible rendition, and I can tell you 1,000 reasons why, but they still exist, and I still did them, and it still was working with Public Enemy because the motherfuckers are incredible. Chuck D's voice was incredible, the attitude, the disposition. And Chuck would be the first one to tell you, I'm not really that conscious dude. Like, I was like, so what you up to? Well, no, I'm not really into that. Like, that's what he said when I told him I was doing this. And he said, well, I'm not, I'm just chilling. Like, he's not that dude, but he is that dude when it comes to music. You know what I'm saying? MF Doom, I ain't really fuck with. I knew his rep and knew about some songs, but I know how people get into him almost like a cult. You know what I'm saying? Sub Rock. I forgot about Sub Rock. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Killer Kids from Queensbridge. My man Allen, he died. Little Sha from Queensbridge. He was down with Buster in the Flip Squad. I said Traj is Nas actually got his style from Tragedy. You know what I'm saying? Traj was that nigga. Traj could paint up a fucking picture. Whoa, man. Because of his life experience, bruh. You wouldn't believe this 14-year-old kid was saying the shit he did. The song he made on Nia Records, the first one called Coke Is It, he was talking about drug addiction at 14 that was so vivid. Look for it. It's called Coke Is It. The group is called the Super Kids, Nia Records, and you should be able to find it from that. Coke Is It is the name of the record. Listen to what Traj was saying as a 14-year-old kid. Intelligent hoodlum. Yes, he became an intelligent hoodlum. He used to love to build with me. I used to bring his ass to the next level. When he seen me live, but then when I became really conscious, I ran into Traj on 14th Street. Traj like, what up? And he was at remember I told you I used to, after I took time off, I went back to IT for a while. And I was I was doing so much spiritual work when I would get around people, this shit was making me sleepy. They were so dead. So I used to go to 14th Street on lunchtime. I used to get a chicken shish kebab, eat that shit, and go to sleep like a bum. But wake up right on time and go back to work every day. So Traj was at the shish kebab spot. It wasn't even lunchtime. It was after work. I'm like, yo, what up? What up, nigga? He was like, yo, I want to shit down. I want to talk to you. I'm like, all right, nigga, we'll sit down. We sat out in the park. Traj told me he took ayahuasca with Uncle Hank. I'm like, what? He said, yeah, a brother named Hank Rosinson. So I said, yeah, I know Hank Rosinson. And he said, yeah, I took ayahuasca. He said, you see my mom's. As soon as I went, I had to shit. So I shit it all out. I seen my mom. She had all the white. She was like, not yet. You got to go back. I was trying to go with it. So he had a death experience. He was telling me about that. I had to break him down on that Islam shit. Well, Allah got 21 attributes. I said that number comes from this, the goddess, this, that. What's the number? 100 and something. I can't remember. 108 attributes. I said, no, you get this concept from mythology. So whatever he was saying in religion, I was breaking it back down to his shit was hurting him. You know what I'm saying? Because his pops was Muslim, and I think he found a lot of faith through that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of strength through that. You know what I'm saying? So now, so that's the last time me and him had a real heart-to-heart. But my man put me up. He told the story. He was on some podcast. And they asked, his origin story. And he said, yo, he said, that's when he said, I rap for Poet first. And then the second person I rapped for was a guy named Panic. You know what I'm saying? And my boys told me, say, yeah, he shot you. I said, yeah, it's what happened. So I got to talk to Trash. I haven't talked to Trash, but apparently he's busy or whatever's happening. So we don't never reach out on the internet or whatever. And, you know, which is all good, you know. But yeah, that's my nigga. That's my nigga. Hots is my nigga. I've been talking, you know, me and Hots got reacquainted. Hots is a funny nigga. Hots was always a funny nigga. There was a dude, I talk about him in my book, named Richie Luke. And Richie got killed by police. And of course, they was trying to make it as big as Tawana Brawley or whatever, or Yusuf Hawkins. And Al Sharpton was involved. So Al Sharpton is in the hood in Queensbridge. This is in 1986, maybe 87. And Al Sharpton's in the hood. So people are showing up because everyone loved Richie. You know what I'm saying? He had asthma and they choked him out in the hallway like they do. And Al speaks. So Al finished speaking and he's getting off the stage. You know, we in the Senate, same Senator Latifah was playing basketball in. Now they put the chairs in, you know what I'm saying? So now Al's getting off the stage and Al almost trips. There's a quiet in the room. That Hot Day yells out, yo, Al, you dropped your grease. You know how hard it was for niggas to keep it straight? Because you know Richie Lou is gone. So this nigga yells out, Al, you dropped your grease. Hot was we used to call ranking or jokes in the ghetto, the dozens, getting hot. Oh, you hot, son? Or such and such got hot on you. So Hot, niggas named this nigga Hot Day. Because every day you come outside, niggas was walking away. He's getting hot on you. He's getting hot on Karinga. Karinga was Cormega's older cousin. Hot on Karinga, get hot on Corey. Corey's from Hot's block, which is Nas's block. I lived on the other side of Vernon, which is Marley Marl, Craig G, and a bunch of other ignorant ass niggas. I don't think we had any other rappers on our block. 10th Street, on the 40 side, which is Nas's side, is MC Shan lived on that block. The other side of 10th Street, I gotta think. I don't think there's no rappers that really made it. Some of them niggas that hung out with Mobb Deep made it. Bars, Hooks and Bars. You may have heard from them. But I don't think there was no real big dude. Poet was from our block too, KL. From our block. Hostile may have been from 10th Street. Chiron was from our block too. So Screwball was from Vernon. No, Chiron was from 12th Street. Chiron was from 12th Street. It was from all over. And then 12th Street, because it's 6 blocks, on my side, 41st side, was Mobb Deep, Marley Marl, Big Noyd, Capone. Nori actually didn't live in Queensbridge. He was from Left Rack, which is a project that's a little up the block, but you're gonna rep Queensbridge. It's still Queens. It's an extension of it. Then the other side was Chiron. Maybe I'm missing somebody. So Queensbridge, Roxanne was 12th Street. Shantae was 12th Street. I don't know who I'm missing. Nature, perfect. Nature was 10th Street. Nature was the other side of the 41st side of 10th Street. Nature and the Wild Gremlins, his brothers. You know what I'm saying? When I worked at the Roadrunner, which is the rock label, I was GM, so I had to order the CDs for promotion. So we would get pallets. So I got pallets in fucking Nature's brother. I had him working for me, his little brother. Little nigga looked at shit, nah, I gotta quit, son, and just bounced on me. I said, little fucking bastard, word is born. He came back, he wanted to come back, so I'm gonna let him come back so I can fire his ass. Because he worked at A&P, got fired from A&P, now he coming back. I said, sure, come on back. He came back, I said, yo, you ain't do that, right, blah, blah, blah. Get out, you're fired. He bounced. Nature came to me, you know what I'm saying? AZ wasn't from Queensbridge. He was just Nas's boy from Uptown, but he repped it right. You know what I'm saying? AZ was incredible. AZ couldn't really shine under Nas's shadow, though. I tell you that much. MC Shan was from the other side of 10th Street. Now, So Nature came to me, yo, man, like he's making an OG call. Like, nigga, I help invent rap. Nigga, you new to the game. Nas put you on, nigga, ask Nas who you actually talking to, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And then like we started hanging out because Nature would hang with KL. So we went to a club, it was popping called Speed. So it was 3 levels in Speed. So we used to play the basement. So went down, I'm getting Alizé bottles. We was those niggas. KL, Nature, Chiron, who's a part of Screwball, Black Poet, part of Screwball, and niggas from the hood. One of the niggas was my little nigga Headache. Lil Corey was a little brother of a friend of mine, and he was a little monster. Little niggas say talk shit. All right, wait right here. Corey, come here. Punch him in the face. Blah! Headache. And our breakdancing crew, the Royal Rockers, Dizzy Dane, Kid Vanish, Kid Cash, Sean Dew. I was Kid Curve, and Headache, Little Headache. He used to do the head spin. Then when breakdancing became played out, I wanted to write graffiti, Panic. So now Headache is with us, and he's a monster. So we get out the club. So Headache is walking. They call him Nux too, Nux. He said, all y'all niggas on that wall right there, all y'all niggas is pussy. I promise you, y'all niggas is pussy ass niggas. All of you a pussy, you a pussy. Nature just mouths the words. Oh my God. He said, oh my God. I said, what? Like, what? So Nature inspired real quick in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think Cash really was fucking with him like that after he fell out with Nas. But rap-wise, I thought Nature was incredible. You know what I'm saying? I thought Nature was really incredible. His brothers were actually really great too. I remember I had a tryout with Hank Shockley, like a cattle call. Marley got mad with me because I had Hank Shockley. I brought a bunch of Queensbridge niggas. I put the call out in Queensbridge. The whole Queensbridge came to the studio, Green Street Studio. And there was a nigga that was beefing with my sister. He shows up, pound him out. Bow, bow, we fighting. And then Nature and his brother said, nah, fuck that. I just heard him say, that's my man though. The Wild Gremlins. And they just started pounding this. I just held them. They started pounding. I heard them yelling, ah! Just stormed down the stairs. Now, the Wild Gremlins was real. So I don't know, Nature, oh my God. I just say I seen that. But who else we got to talk about before I get off this motherfucker? AZ, like I said, he was from Uptown. He rep. I've never seen him walking around Queensbridge. He was Nas's nigga. I think he was from Uptown. Sugar Hill is Uptown. But he did rep, or, when people said he was from Queensbridge, nobody really said nothing wrong. Now, Cormega, Cormega is much nicer now. I didn't really, nigga said Steady B. Steady B is in jail for bank, maybe out by now. But he went down for bank robbery. Royal Flush was from like Corona. He had a cousin in Queensbridge. I can't remember who it was, but he was okay. He was good, but never really had that shit. But AZ, like I said, was under Nas's shadow. Mega, I never liked. Mega, when Nas shouted him out, Marley wanted to fuck with him, and I was working with Marley. So Marley was getting Mega demos, and I didn't like Corey's voice. It must have got back to Corey, because Corey would, every time I would play a beat tape for him, he would be like, yo, I don't like it. But sometimes people just don't like your beats. No matter what you do, they don't like your approach. So Corey's my friend. He's my friend, but music-wise, nothing never clicked. But Corey's a good nigga, man. He's a good nigga. He was always good. And even though him and Nas had beef, like Nas was supposed to come to the crib one year because Wiz is my nigga. Me and Wiz was a little bit more cooler than Nas, and Nas and Wiz were real tight. And Wiz was one of the dudes in Uchiwali. So Wiz was hearing music that I was doing at the time while I was working at the label. So they were all gonna come over and get some music. Wiz brought Nas with him. When my boy came, he said, yo, Nas was outside. I said, well, why didn't he come in? He said he seen Karinga. Karinga is Cormega's cousin. They had beat. So when Karinga came, he seen it, he bounced. But he was trying to get something named. Like, Nas will fuck with me. If he heard what I was doing now, he'll do it just off of the strength. Like that record that I told you that me and Hot Day did with New Edition was so legendary. Nas did that record over. It's on Nas's, before all those King albums, he did the one, I think it's the one where he was saying he hated Khalees, or the one after that. He did Mary singing Reach Out and Touch, and he used the drums. So when I talked to Hots, I was like, Hots, I know you guys finally, because Nas grew up with Hots. Hots was Nas's DJ, meaning Nas was our DJ. I'm sorry. Hot Day was our DJ. Marley Marl had his people. Then Hot Day, like I said, was the next one from our era that became the neighborhood DJ. And he put Nas on the mic first in the parks. Hots was, and Nas would never do shit with Hots. It was beyond me. Like Hots would walk in and see Nas and be like, hey, what's up, y'all niggas? Give me some of that fake love. Like Hots knew it was fake. So finally, when I heard Reach Out and Touch, I said, oh, he gave Hots some dap. So when I talked to Hots, I'm like, yo, Hots, you know what I'm saying? Nas finally did. Hots said, well, the song was done when they called me. But he found out that he had to call me because I own the copyrights on it. Remember, I told you he finally copyrighted those mixtapes, those mixes that we did. So now that he owned the copyright on that combination, Nas did it, he had to call Dante, Hot Day. So he calls Hot Day, said, yo, you need to do anything else. Now, Hots didn't let his ego go to work. He said, well, all I need to do is to scratch it. So he scratched on the record. Hot said like this. Of course, he got paid and got royalty. But Hot said this. Nas on that record said, DJ Hot Day. And they did the record on the record. Hot said, because of that shit, his whole motherfucking DJ game went through the roof around the fucking country. Just because Nas shouted him out on that record, finally giving Hot his props, because that was what we grew up on, what he grew up on. Do you think Nas would do shit with me just off the strength? Like I said, early on, LES, me and him was in a car doing something. And LES started telling me, yo, Havoc and Nas are starting to do shit. Havoc got a deal with 4th and Broadway. They actually did an album that y'all probably don't know about before they became that infamous mob. They was doing Hit It From the Back, juvenile kind of music. It was still Mobb Deep, I think, and it was him and Prodigy. But they was signed to Cookie Gonzalez, who's still around. And he was telling me about that deal. And he was telling me Nas got a deal with MC Serch. Serch is getting him a deal with Sony. You need to see him. Them young niggas, not the arrogance. Them young niggas, fuck that. I said, okay, I'll see Havoc when I see him, but I'm going to catch up with Nas. I always run into him. Yo, Nas, come here, son. The arrogance. And he's still young. And he respected me from the hood. So so now he would come in and he would be like, what's going on, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yo, I heard you got an album coming. He said, yeah, it's done. I said, yo, I want something on it, though. He said, we kind of finished. I said, well, okay, I'm going to give you some to see what you hear. So gave him a tape. My grandmother, I was living with my grandmother. Some boy named Nas keep calling you. I know who that is. I know that. This is how non-serious I took this shit. Okay. And then I see Nas again. Yo, come here, son. He'll come. No. He said, yo, I heard something that I want. I said, you heard something? Okay. And I knew what song he was talking about, too. I said, okay, I got you. He's still calling for it aggressively. These kids are playing around. And of course, that album was Illmatic. So I used to stand in the mirror like this. Arrogance and ego. You know what I'm saying? So years later, I had meetings with Nas for different reasons. So I brought it up. Remember the demo? He just said like this. Oh yeah, I remember. I'm like, this nigga might be holding a grudge here because around the same time, Wiz, when he brought Wiz to the house and Karina came and he left, Wiz still gave him a demo. And just so happens, I ran into him on Times Square. I actually ran into Horse. If you remember Uchiwali, the bodyguard nigga. And of course, I know Horse from the hood. He's a hood nigga. Oh, what up, son? And I didn't see that Nas was at the ATM. I said, oh, son, what up? Yo, what up, Panic? You trying? That shit ain't an act. That's his real move. Yo, what up, Panic? And he's really that laid back observer. Like, what I said, yeah, son. I said, yeah, Wiz told me he gave you some joints. He couldn't look me in the eyes like, yeah, man, I ain't hear nothing knowing that. I said, yo, ain't nothing mess with how the family, You know what I'm saying? I don't really trip over that because, some like it hot, some like it not. And then later I brought it up to him and I could tell he was holding a grudge because I kind of played him on Illmatic. So, but now today, if I say, if I could still get Wiz, get this to son. And guarantee you he'll do something just on the strength. He'll do it just on the strength. You know what I'm saying? And so, but I don't think I don't want to chase that like that. But yeah, that was hurtful. But see, if I would have did that, I wouldn't be doing this. And I came here to do this. So I understand now why that couldn't happen. I was blocked at a lot of big shit that I thought was just the way the world went and the hustle went. But I could see it was keeping me out of a lot of things that would have made me into something that I couldn't have been this. I'd rather be this than any of that. I'd rather do this than me on any Illmatic record. I'll say that shit. Oh, Heather B. No, that wasn't a part of it, son. Freddie Fox, master. Freddie Fox is ill and still ill. One of the masters. Freddie the Fox, Bumpy Knuckles. Your music with B.O.B. is cool. Thank you, brother. I appreciated that. Trap Flex, Japan. We actually, when he got me, I was off the bench because I still had my music equipment when I was making the choice to move to Atlanta in 2010. A lot of it was in the closet because I was moving away from it. And then I made the choice not to put it in the pod, to throw it away. That was stupid for no other reason than that SP1200 is still worth $4,000. I just threw $4,000 in the fucking heap of trash. And but I was saying I no longer want to do music. I'm no longer intrigued by it. It no longer controls me. And then that's another aspect that I had to realize when I stopped doing music for the mind control. How much it controlled me through hope, through visions. Everything was through music. I see it through my son. They can't do nothing. You can't. What happened to butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers? Every black kid wants to be a rapper and nothing else. No more scientists, no more mathematicians. They want to flow. Everybody. So that was also part of it. So leaving that was a part of the decision of leaving it behind. And that was successful until I fucked around and met B.O.B. Now, again, me and him bonded on consciousnness. He is a highly intelligent, conscious, young individual, a master god. And I have enjoyed and still enjoy our fluid conversations. I imagine the same way Bobby Hemmett and I had the same sort of relationship. It's just switched. I'm the elder in the situation. But even though he's young enough to be my son, his mind is absolutely connected to the same frequency. So we build truly. Building, let's build with you, Patty. You can't build with me. You can sit there and take a fucking pen and a pad and learn from me, son. To build, you're gonna have to have something to be on a level to stack. You ain't got shit to stack. It's not building when you're getting taught, and you need to be able to say what it is. Bobby Hemmett, I didn't build with Bobby Hemmett. He taught me a lot of shit, but he can only teach if you're aggressive in your own learning. You don't sit there and go, okay, I'm an empty slate. No, I have to say, I'm studying this, that, the other. When you studied that, what did that mean? You have to have something for it to be something, and that's what B.O.B. will do. He brings something to the table when we have discussions. You understand what I'm saying? So I enjoy those because of his mind, and that's actually why we connected. As you can see from this lecture, meeting famous people to me doesn't mean shit. We started famous people. Do you understand that? We started famous people. I started as an intern watching people get famous. I've seen people come to Marley's house and hope that their record can get played by him so they can become famous. And these are icons that you know today. You understand what I'm saying? So meeting a famous person like B.O.B. is still exciting for me, and I'm happy for his fame and happy for what he has accomplished in a fucking animalistic business as such. But our true connection was Conscious Minds. And I speak highly of him the same way Bobby Hemmett spoke highly of me, and one of the reasons I'm here today. So it didn't take long, about 2 years, for him to start headlocking me back into fucking music. So when we did Southmatic, I literally was coming off the bench. I didn't know anything and got interested in Pro Tools, learning Pro Tools and blah, 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 blah. And so that I did build my own studio. And as long as I call it a hobby, I was content. You understand what I'm saying? And so on and so forth. And blah, 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 and ding, 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 ding. But now that he turned the fucking faucet on, you should hear what we're doing now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Him himself, at 34 is when I started working at record labels, maybe a little bit earlier. I was done with music. I started when I was age 16, done. B.O.B. has a similar story. He became famous when he was like, I think he said 16 to 17, and he's coming into his 30s. And music is getting tiresome. You'll always do it because it's always in you. Andre Booth, a master within himself, one of them guys who know how to play every instrument. Marley Marl's house, played a lot of keyboards like Keith Sweat and LL Cool J, those keyboards, and blah, 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 blah. He was that dude. I was telling him, man, I don't want to stop. I think I've stopped. He said, you can never stop. It's either in you or it's not. And I remember we was bike riding. You know, I used to always rank on Andre, give it to him, but he was like a big brother. If I could see him now, I would tell him I do want to thank him for a lot of the advice he gave me, because I never gave him credit. I was a young street punk. And but he was like, if that shit is in you, it never will leave you. You know what I'm saying? And I remember saying to him, man, we was bike riding at Marley's house. So we was in Spring Valley, New York. So we going no place. We didn't know where the fuck we was going, how to get back. We stopped at a park. We was enjoying it. And then I said, Andre, man, how did you know how to play all the keyboards and drums and guitars? Like, he said, how the fuck do you know how to do that drum machine? And I get what he was saying even more so now, that it's not about the machines or the instruments. One is not better than the other. They're just obstacles that get what's in your heart out. And niggas in New York were doing rap music to get what was in their heart out. So when you hear niggas doing it for money, it's the opposite. So now when it's going back to where the heart is, that's where the creativity is, then it'll be back into a money game again. Same recycled bullshit. Now, of course, we can look at it as build and destroy, but blah, blah, blah. It's really just engineering. And they're taking it around using a build and destroy model to control and engineer. So, yeah, you know, I've met some masters. So again, me and B.O.B. connected that way, and I was coming off the bench. The stuff that's happening now is fucking incredible. But just like me, B.O.B. is looking towards other interests because all he's done is music and touring for a great deal of his life. So, he learned how to ride a fucking motorcycle looking like Arthur fucking Fonzarelli showing up to this motherfucker. The Fonz. B.O.B. is the Fonz. So the Fonzie is showing up on this motorcycle because he needs to do other things. He learned about other things. He learned about biker groups, bikers, and their organization and their culture. It's a group, but it's things he has to do. Hobbies. I told him when I went through this, how crazy the music wouldn't leave your head, but you didn't want to make it anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's a very hostile business. Everybody you meet is hostile. In fact, there was times I had to remind B.O.B., you gotta remember, buddy, we're friends. We're not business partners. Because business partners, you operate and deal with a different way. I said, you're at my house, you're a friend. You could live here if you needed to live here. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason. Or I probably should be living with that nigga in that house. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, that's the type of way we're looking at it. So if you organize, we'll talk on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. I said, no, that's business arrangements. We can't operate in that way. So that's that. But see, that's because he's been doing that for so long and nothing else. I remember that. So I was able to, as an OG who went through it, like, yo, no, you gotta find people to play spades with. You gotta find things to do. I see him most at peace. I don't want to say most at peace. I see him peaceful when we have gatherings and get-togethers here. We have the gatherings with the same people, our same crew. So he knows everybody knows him. But he blends in. He's not the center of attention. I said, when I told him that, I said, oh, you come because you blend in. He said, actually, yeah. He said, you get tired of being the spotlight. You walk into an arena, everybody's waiting for you to say something. Like, see, for me, it's easier because when I'm the center of attention, I create that. I go to Kentucky, like I'm about to give you all that again. Louisville, Kentucky, August 12th. I'm doing a lecture. I'll give you the info in a second for those who didn't get it. Like, I know I'm the center of attention, but then when I go home, it's back to, hey, nigga, you regular nigga again. So that happens a little bit longer for him. So it feels more comfortable when you don't have to be that guy. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to say shit, do shit, just enjoy the moment. So things like that, I noticed because I went through it. So I noticed like him doing other things. That's what rap does to you. It's a very taxing thing. It sounds good, but it's very very emotionally straining. There's so much you got to stay on top of, and then make a good record that matters. You understand what I'm saying? And then understand you may make that good record that matters, and because of a lot of other factors, nothing happens. But the best thing you got is to make the greatest record you can, and hope it supersedes these business heads and gets directly to the people. And that's what the underground is for. Music going directly to the people. Meth is underground now. Redman is underground now. Some of the greatest matchup that was never ever talked about ever. Him being Redman is a solo artist, even though he was talented, wasn't doing shit. Method Man as a solo artist without Wu-Tang, he has the singles, but really most of his albums was always boring. When him and Redman got together, shit became fucking real. Inspector Deck, I don't know. I really like out of the three that Master Killer, Inspector Deck, and U-God, the ones that didn't make the cut, U-God is ill. Like, if I was to pick somebody to do an album with, besides the obvious, I mean, if it was a real thing, Ghostface with a lot of Raekwon showing up. That's what I would pick. But then that would be I would have to sit back and say, but Method Man, though. But even more than that, ODB, though. But let's pretend you really can't make that choice. But I would absolutely, positively fuck with U-God. I don't think U-God really got his day in court. Now, I know his voice is a lot, but it really takes a real producer to make, because you hear, they give it to you, when they give it to you in little doses, raw, I'm gonna give it to you with my trivia. It's like cocaine straight out Bolivia. But then it moves on to something else. You get it. He always opens it up. But you kind of wonder, why don't you hear old U-God records? I have on my iPod, I gotta find this record, a great U-God record. I gotta find that. It was on a mixtape. Incredible. Him and somebody else. I gotta find that just to enjoy it. But there's something more to him that I don't think has been exploited. Now, understand there's a difference between a producer and a beat maker. I am a producer. When I got with Hank Shockley from the Bomb Squad, he said, "You an ill beat maker, but you're not a producer." Nigga, please, you're just trying to make my check small. But over time, I started to see Premier and Pete Rock are beat makers. They sound the same no matter what you do. Somebody can open up one of their beats, or somebody can sound ridiculous on one of their beats. Their beats is going to stay their beats. Their beats. You can hear Premier's beats around the corner, that old chopped up shit. And it's still good. Great, if you want to call it that. But Dre was a producer. He could craft songs, maintain his sound for anybody. Go listen to The Firm, then listen to Snoop Dogg, and tell me you don't feel the differences, but still hear Dre and the Dre quality and the Dre sound. Hear me on it. He's a producer. So Hank Shockley and them at the time, it was modeling their shit after Dre. And they explained to me layering the beat, bass line, and what they call the topping. And so the sound. They would say, yo, your beats and your bass lines are insane. That's what I'm known for. I can take a drum and a bass line with a voice and make that shit lay in the track like motherfucking warm Thanksgiving dressing, nigga. And that's because of Marley Marl. Marley Marl was big on how vocals sat in the track, how to move them a little bit forward or a little bit back, so they could sit in a certain way. Hype, of course, you want it above the beat. If you want that, you want to hear that lyric and it sound like a nigga rocking it, you lay them back just under the beat. With Pro Tools, oh, you could just do that shit insanely. Before, you had to slow tracks down, you had to do a trick, and Marley knew the tricks. So, and then like, if there's a sound like, let me find one. I don't know if one's on here. I don't think this has any voice sounds. This is actually 808 sounds, authentic 808 sounds that B.O.B. gave me from the actual authentic 808. All the sounds, the cowbell, the kick, the snare, the clap, and the actual 808. 808 is a rolling drum machine. In fact, they did a reboot of it. This is a smaller version of the 808 that has the original sounds. The Roland where's Roland at? By Roland. They re-released this. This is called the TR-08. And it's the same kind of drum machine. So, but technically, I already had the sounds. I know it's love because B.O.B.'s DJ was his DJ since forever. He's still begging for these sounds. B.O.B. said, he just brung them to me. And I took them and so 808. So okay, check this sound. Let's take that sound. If I wanted to put it on a track, you can actually program that where the drum machine would do it automatically. If it was on the one, boom, boom, bap, boom, 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 wow, boom, boom, bap, boom, 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 wow, it would play that over and over again, on time, on tempo, and locked to the track. Marley did not like that. What he would want you to do is play this sound live. Boom, boom, bap, boom, 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 bap, boom, 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 bap, boom, boom, boom. What it would do is take the mechanics out of the sound just by being off where the air can't even hear it. Millimeters of a fraction of a millimeter of a decimal of a second slower or faster because you're playing it live. That kid is sick. Playing a fraction or a millimeter off will create a feel that he was looking for. Never left me, Marley Marl Trick. So even to this day, when I program Pro Tools, what I program it with, I'll go through all the sounds. Like, so you usually add a kick, a snare. That's actually a rim shot. This is a snare. These are what you call reinforcements. So you will have a loop, Honey Drippers, which is a sample. Boom, kit, boom, boom, kit. So you want to go boom, boom, kit, boom, boom, kit, boom, kit, boom, boom, kit. This reinforces the kick, so you get more punch with the loop. Same thing with a snare. So if you want to elongate it, of course, you pitch it. So sometimes you could just put this behind the snare like this. You hear the difference? It elongates the snare with that rim shot. Here's without it. Depending on what sound you're going for and what marries. And then you want to add a hi-hat, of course. And then if it was trap, where's the, give me 1 second. All they're doing is going until they get a pattern that they want. Or they just do 16 levels. So it's a 32 or 32 trips. Tap, repeat. They're not playing that. They're just hitting this. That's how stupid and easy the music is. Fucking tap, repeat. Now, let me get out of velocity. So now, you're usually reinforcing your drums with that. So now I do all of that live because I can program all of this in the machine and just MIDI up, connect it, and just run it. And it'll be locked. But no, I do my kicks live. I catch the best one, then I duplicate that so you get a live feel. Now, I will give Wild Style from Crucial Conflict his props because he was hurting beats. He was like, yo, I noticed how you sit the beats behind the groove a little bit. I said, yes, indeed, nigga, and I'm conscious of that. So I gave y'all a very big secret, but y'all still won't know how to fucking do it. Know what I'm saying? I gave you a very big secret, but y'all still won't know how to do it. We coming up on 5 hours. It's goodbye time. They writing 12 hours in there. I'll see you, DJ Cisco. I'm about to go upstairs and eat my turkey wings. I knew I was going to do these 5 hours. All right, so guys, I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. We get this flyer right. Ooh, wow. Who's this? But that's Nina. I ain't Nina. Nina, you starting to look good. Where's Nina? I know she's going to watch this. I ain't going to hold up a picture, but Nina, you're getting mature from Babalu. 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 Yeah, I didn't know that was that. And congratulations on graduating, Nina. I met her in Nashville. Yes, Nashville. We'll be in Nashville soon, Nina, so you better show up. I know you're doing a bunch of big things lately. All right, but before Nashville, we'll be in Kentucky. Let me get this up. All this goddamn shit in the way. So we'll be in Kentucky Saturday, August 12th. Remember, we're also going to do another deity party soon. Stay tuned for that. Ask Khadijah about the deity party info. She'll let you know what to do, what to wait for. Info@samedireadings.com. Info, INFO, at SAMEDIREADINGS.com. Samedi Readings. You can get Herb Packs books at my website, occultlectures.com. Just like it says in the corner. That's the website, Occult Lectures. And mind you, we'll be at Sealback Hotel, 500 South 4th Street, FOURTH, 4th Street. 500 South 4th Street, Louisville, Kentucky. We're going to be honoring, we're going to be honoring the greatest of all time, the Master Muhammad Ali, Saturday, August 12th, 2023. Plenty of product for sale. Books will be there. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Boombaye. We're going to have a lot of mantras. The Louisville Slugger is in the building. 500 4th Street, guys. Bring your asses or die a horrible death. You bring your asses or die a horrible death. Saturday, August 12th. All right. So I need to see you guys there. I want to see you guys show up. Louisville, Kentucky. It's going to be extravaganza. This one is going to be highly ritualistic. Not only am I going to lecture, we're going to ritualistically bring in Ali's energy. His energy came strong. He's ready to do work for the average Joe. We already got his mantras. He's there. His energy is up for us right now. We in this time. You need a fighter on your side. You need to understand the rope-a-dope right about now. Know what I'm saying? So let's get it. Know what I'm saying? Let's get it. The greatest of all time. It's the name of the lecture. Louisville, Kentucky, 500 South 4th Street. You understand? After 5 hours, somebody wrote, Brother Panic, can I ask you a question? The answer is no. What you need to do is put that in the room, see if it happens, making this personal between me and you. You can't do that, I love you. Yeah, ask the question, I love you. So yeah, Khadijah will be there in the building. Where you at? I love you. Ask the question. MC Shan was selling $500K a month in '86. He was the man. Oh, Shan was doing it. And not that Transformer shit. Shan still got a house and still gets money from that. You know what I'm saying? $, Cash App, Brother Pan, make my night go right. You know what I'm saying? I've been here 5 hours with y'all, nigga. Don't be cheap. You know what I'm saying? Don't be cheap. I'm trying to look for your question. R loves you. He said he fell asleep an hour ago. Brother Panic, I just want to pay you for a 30-minute call. That's called a consultation. The only consultations I do are with Khadijah. Go to her website and you can get an absolute consultation with us. And it's not that crazy busy because we are actually solving niggas' problems and dealing with niggas' wounds. So you can get a joint consultation. That's what we're doing. I don't do personal consultations because you'll ask me a question, you'll pay for it, ask me a question, and we'll be done in 2 minutes. Because I know it's deep to you what you want to talk about, but 9 times out of 10, it's not really that deep to me. I don't even need the whole background story that you're going to tell. Not you, R loves you, but just anybody. They try to, well, Panic, well, it started out when I was a kid. I don't need that. Just what's the question? Why is this white? Okay, that's all I need. So I usually answer their question in moments because I'm not even thinking to ask their question. They're asking the same questions because they're not paying attention or studying. So they ask the same questions and the answer's always the same. So I don't even have to think 5 minutes. But what they want is a lecture or a pep talk. I don't do that shit. So in consultations, if you want to pay for a 30-minute consultation, go to psalmdreadings.com or info@psalmdreadings.com and set it up. And we'll talk our ass off for either 40, I think it's an hour or 30 minutes, whatever's up there. We'll go crazy with it. But that's how you're going to get me. We're not going to do, I talk to masses for a reason. If I talk to individuals, I lose my fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? You ever meet Dr. Butcher? I never even heard of Dr. Butcher. Dr. Butcher. That sounds vaguely familiar, but somebody says Mary Poppins from the land of Oz. If you're about to take these mushrooms like I am, she is. Peace out, B. Pratt. Good seeing you. Thanks for staying, brother. And look for the podcast soon. Look for the podcast soon. Can we talk about it? Let's talk about that. Nigga, I'm leaving. He said, can we talk about a topic on dreams? Next time, buddy. Next time. Yo, this hoodie was from on Etsy or SX. What's that website? ESTY. They got a lot of sinister shit. I actually got it. I got a couple of these options for the deity party. Because actually in the deity party, we were like, Panic ain't went. No, I actually had an outfit on. I had a whole Baphomet suit on, but I kept taking off the Baphomet mask to deal with people. But I was dressed for the party. And this was one of the Baphomet joints I got. But the other one was tight. It was a whole suit, top and bottom, full Baphomet regalia with the golden shoes on. I was chilling. So y'all need to check out them deity parties, man. That's gonna be the next one. They formulating it now. Info@Zombie Readings. I expect to see you guys there. You know what I'm saying? Podcast is coming soon. Cyclomancy this weekend. I'm gonna put up the classes. So anybody interested in taking the classes, it's going up this weekend. Rain or shine. We do it Zoom. So the first 100 people is in the first class. Get on it now. It's going to be legendary. Cyclomancy classes about to happen. Go to the website, occultlectures.com. Look before the weekend is out. Cyclomancy class going up. You heard me? You heard me? Cyclomancy time. All right, guys. So until next time, I think I'll talk to you one more time to remind you niggas how important it is to go to this legendary event in Kentucky. I am going to make it legendary. You understand what I'm saying? I am going to make it legendary. This is a full channel. Like I said, we was already in negotiations for Nashville, for locations and Airbnbs, and stopped it because we were getting resistance because Ali wants us to come out to his town. And remember, there's also a museum out there for Ali. So we might synchronize our watches if those who are going to be in the town who can stay an extra day or from Kentucky to go to the museum on that Sunday, if it's open on Sundays, I imagine. If not Sunday, we may still do something. Usually on Sunday, we do consultations. So we have a list and we do a few whoever signs up first come, first serve, we'll do live consultations the next day on Sunday. But we may opt to just do the museum if all is well. And this, yes, is on August 12th, Peachy Grizzly. August 12th. Oh, I'm sorry, Peachy Goddess Soul. The Peachy Goddess Soul. Hey, Peachy Goddess Soul. Those Peachy Grizzly. So, you know, this is going to be one. I'm feeling this one is going to be big. Like I said, I don't know what I'm going to say. I just know the ideas. And then the lecture happens live. Just like this. I knew I was going to talk about rap, but it's filled in with 5 hours and 10 minutes later. A whole bunch of shit. Like, R loves you. Shut the fuck up. I'm starting to get tired of you trying to demand my attention. Look around you. There's still 687 people here. This is not about you. Know what I'm saying? You want to talk, you want a question answered. I gave you the attention of telling you what you need to do that. If you don't understand that after 5 hours and 11 minutes of me talking, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But I'm not answering your question and you demanding me to answer your question. Go to Google. I don't work for you. You understand what I'm saying? This is help for free right now. Let's not lose our mind. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? We got to get this shit under control. You can fucking do exactly what I did. I'm not from Saturn. Pick up a fucking book and you study. You go to Google or whatever your fucking resources and you use them. The only thing I can offer you as a resource is that consultation we do. You're not going to fucking drain me. You understand what I'm saying? You're lucky I have the fortitude to talk to 5 hours. Who the fuck sits around? You name the other lecturers that goes live for 5 hours. Name them! Name them! 6 hours. I had 9-hour lectures. That's not enough. No, Bobby didn't do 5 hours like that. You naming it, but name it. They have done a 5-hour lecture. I consistently do 5-hour lectures. Quetzalcoatl. Consistently. That's my standard. Their standard was 2-hour lectures. Maybe 3. That was a big deal. That's a fact. That's a fact. I stay at 5 hours as a basis. 6 hours, 7 hours consistently. I did a 12-hour lecture. Are you fucking kidding me? I won the talkathon. I won it. But at the same time, that's because it's a spiritual energy coming your way. Accept it and understand it and appreciate it for what it is. You understand what I'm saying? Talking more. You know what I'm saying? What that answer my question? Who the fuck are you? There's still 681 people and nobody's doing that but you. And I answered your question already. The answer was, if you want to talk, consultations. Other than that, I lecture to masses, not to individuals. And that's for a reason. I'm sorry, I got a little bit more attention. So therefore, you have to service as such. If you can't understand, and I'm not really getting on this R love you person, it's just a one individual. Just in general, you got to understand. And I used to be able to speak for a lot of lecturers for this, but shit, the herd is getting thinner. You know what I'm saying? The herd is getting thinner. So I can speak for myself when I say, no. You can get very much taxed by this because you're really talking to a lot of people who are not getting it. They get it at different levels because you talk to so many people. So sometimes you could make like I could talk for 5 hours like this. And if I start asking questions, it was like they heard nothing I said. So you think the Rough Riders are going to get back together again, Panic? So it can get very frustrating and taxing. So to stay away from that frustration, you can't really individualize the work. It has to be done in a bit. It's not about being snobby or egotistical. It's about being the most effective at what you're doing. So I know you have burning questions, but so did I. But when I did that, know what I did? I went to the fucking library. When I did that, I went on Amazon and researched what I was looking for. I went on Google and found out there's a Wikipedia page for that. The problem is you don't trust your own mind, your own research. And that's what you'll get in a fucking consultation. Me telling you how inept you are at doing what you're doing. That's why you're making no fucking progress. The questions you ask me, I'll answer them, and you still won't understand it. You won't understand it because at the core, you don't understand who and what the fuck you are and the purpose of what we're doing. You still need a preacher. So until you understand, I'm not your fucking pastor. I am a teacher, and I expect you to do the fucking work. Until you understand that, your fucking question is fucking null and void. Because me answering it just brings you to another level of what you fucking don't know. Your job is to fucking get a basis of knowing where you don't need me. You don't need to pay me to have a conversation. You think I respect that, or that's something that's hot? That's why I don't do consultations. You can pay for a book and products, and Cash App is a gift for this work. But talking to me, no, I talk to you for free for 5 hours. If you can't hear what you need in the many lectures that I've laid down over the years, if you see a fucking lecture that's 14 minutes, 17 minutes, that's somebody who cut it from a 5-hour lecture. An hour lecture is cut from a longer lecture. Trust that. And I don't police that. I let people do it. Either one, you can look at it as promotion, or two, I want the message to actually be out, even if they are monetizing it and eating off of my shit. The message still gets out. And the microwave niggas still get small doses. And if they really interested, there's still some who listen to the whole 5 hours. Now, so you playing with the wrong motherfucker. You think that you in the league because I talk on the same level, but I will lose your ass in minutes. But see, I'm not special. That's what I keep telling you. Nothing that I've learned is more special to me than it is to you, or more special to you than it's to me. It's all ours. Go for yours. Stop fucking, go for yours like I went for mine. I should be an example. If you so believe I'm special, I should be just an example of how special or more special you are. That's the point. Well, why the fuck talk to you? I ask me a question. You need to question yourself. Who am I? What am I? Ask me some shit like that. You are my servant. I am Patty. Yes, you are. The Spirit says it. And you will serve. Because nobody respects that. That's why preachers be corrupt and fuck their congregation. When everybody's looking towards them and they don't have the fortitude or understanding even in themselves to understand it's not about them. It's about the message. Listen to the message. I want to talk to you for 30 minutes. Why don't you sit with this fucking message for 5 hours again? Why don't, when this is over, you go to the beginning and listen to it again? Sit with that for 5 hours for free instead of trying to pay me to talk to me for 30 minutes about shit that you still won't understand. Even when I dumb it down, you're going to walk away still clueless because there's no satisfaction in that when you have that aggression. See, when people come to us in consultations and ask questions, we look behind the questions and get to the real spiritual motivation. Let's get down to it for real. And then we do it. And then they're crying going, I didn't know it was like that. Because they didn't come with that, I got to ask you a question, I must know. They just came with their questions and they were honest. And that's a great consultation. But then there's some people who just want to tell us how great they are, and we just listen because that's enough too. Oh, wow, that is great. Wow, you are magical. You have a question? No, I actually really don't have a question. Oh, okay then. Or there's some people say they don't have a question, but in their talking, reveal the question. I said, so now let's get down to what you really asked me about your mother just now. Yeah, Panic, how did you know? Yeah, motherfucker, because that's what we do. So if you just generally don't know where you have some burning question, that means you're not ready for what I do, because I don't answer burning questions. You have to answer your own burning questions, and then the answers you come up with, then in a scholarly way, you should play them up against someone with like myself with more experience. And my work has been put out there enough for you to play what you're studying against what I've already taught about. So if you're studying laptops, then I'm sure you can find a lecture with me where I talk about laptops. And that's your consultation for free, for free, for free. Or because you're such a nice fucking person, you can cash app $ Brother Panic. And that would be nice too. But you're not paying for this information. This information is ours. So spiritually, that's why you get it for 5 hours, 5.5 hours, pretty much now. Understand? Understand this from the heart, not because I'm such a special guy, because that's the special work that's being done. Deal with the work, not the individual. The individual always show you some stupidity. Khadija is just keeping me from stupidity, or stupidity that's so stupid that it fucks me up, but it's still stupid shit going on. But not as stupid as what you witnessed lately. And that's because people are smelling their own ass, feeling their own snake bite. You understand what I'm saying? When people come to bed, I gotta ask you a question, you're so special, Panic. And not saying, oh, I love you. I'm not on you really, because he or she didn't say all of that. But I get all of that. Oh, I love you, you're the greatest. If I start, yeah, I am the greatest, and I am loved, then you find yourself on court TV, on YouTube, looking around, looking like a goofball. What about all the dudes that was in love and following that? Why your spirit couldn't tell you that was really what it was? That's because you don't know yourself. That's why you're led by the blind leading the blind, because you don't know you. I encourage you know you before you even really fuck with me. Have an idea at least who you are and expand that through me. Waiting for me to tell you who you are is foolishness, folly. You understand? Don't let anyone tell you who you are. You tell yourself who you are, and you have confidence in what you tell yourself. Nothing's real until you say it's real. That's what Bobby Hemmett fucking stressed. I seen stupid ass shirts that says, I drank a peach soda. You fucking don't even know what that means. What he was saying, what he was stressing. He was trying to tell you nothing was real. It's only real because you make it real. You think ginkgo biloba makes you smarter? You don't know that. You were told that and you agreed to it. And it does, because your mind said, I believe that. So if your mind believes whatever you choose it to believe, it will. The mind is all. So you waiting for another man, no matter how special and how elevated he is, to tell you who you are? No. I tell you what I've accomplished and what you can accomplish too. And I tell you the methods and the thinking apparatus that is used or needed to accomplish certain basic levels. But when you get to that basic level, it's your party. I can show you tricks on meditation, but you have to meditate. Come on, beloved. Get it together, beloved. You got to get it, beloved. All right, this is truly it. I'm out. I'm going to eat my turkey wing. And next time, I'm enjoying doing live. It's less of a production. You know, I'm still doing 5 hours. 500 South 4th Street, Louisville, Kentucky. 2 to 10 at the Seelback, Seelback Hotel. 500 South 4th Street, Saturday, August 12th. I want asses there. This is going to be an extravaganza. Asses there. I want asses in the seat. Yes, I love the funky beat. And I get down. Oh, I get down. Pandemonium Radio, Tamiko. That's what the podcast is going to be, the new Pandemonium podcast. I finally got somebody who was happy, who could speak, a dazzling female who I would love to introduce. She's Khadijah's people in terms of class, one of her students, longtime students. Of course, they took my class, her and her honey. I'll get their confirmation to say their names. You know, I didn't want to say their names in this context, but good people. Was glad to meet them when Khadijah suggested her, and then had me listen to some of her testimony in class. Oh, I was sold immediately. I said, she is absolutely what I was looking for. You know, it was always hard to find a fourth to fit in. I have my son, a black dot hack. I hacked off a black dot. And I have a sister out of Little Rock, Elnora. Y'all may know Elnora, seen her around. She has a restaurant. She used to be on the radio show. She came on the radio show a couple of times, and she was able to hang with me and Dane. She was talking. I never forgot. She was shit talking. She took nothing personal, and she let it all roll off her back, and she was firing back. So I said, hell yeah. So every time we got a fourth, I call her, we go through the motions, it fails. She shows up every fucking time. This is about the 5th time that I'm gonna have her, yo, listen, Sunday we need to get together. We're gonna do it again. And but this time I think it's it. I feel the energy. Soon as I heard it, I said, this is exactly what it is. Khadijah's all over this. Got me the 4th. And I talked to the queen today, this goddess, and she was happy, excited, and ready for action. So podcast is on. So all those who remember podcast radio, somebody keeps writing Miss Blue. Why don't you go to her channel and ask her? Why are you asking me? How would I know? Like, you know, how's Denzel Washington doing? The fuck? Go to ask Denzel, nigga. Fuck it. If they're still around, they still do things. Go, boy. Go now. Go find, go seek. Yeah, the Pandemonium podcast, Camille, look for it. And we're going to let our hair down. We're not going to make it too lectury or serious. Well, I need not to make it too lectury or seriously or ranty. So it's going to be like the radio show where we laugh, giggle, have jokes. I would have had my boy Dane. Anybody who remembers the radio show? Oh boy. Me, I used to get in on Dane. So I'll have him from time to time because he's a CO now. And he's telling me stories from jail that are unimaginable. Shit, niggas who do Picassos with shit. Like, nigga, I had enough. I don't even want to know about your life anymore. You know what I'm saying? Fucking, I'm getting depressed. And so Dane, we're gonna have him show up. I can't have him regular. He would have been perfect as well because, you know, the chemistry. Visa, she was great on the radio. The one who fell asleep. I don't know how she'll do with a camera in front of her, but maybe from time to time we'll see what she's up to. Somebody's writing meditation tricks like you're gonna get that now. Yeah, we did it on Talk Shoe, Dre La L. That's where it was. So I guess a lot of y'all remember what it was, I see. And so we're gonna try to recreate that type of fun that type of laid back banter. We're gonna have our guests on, some conscious, some fun. I'll try to get some fun people that I know, some rappers, see if they'll do it. If they want to be attached to the Satan. So we'll see if they want to be attached to Satan. They want to be attached to Satan, they won't do it. Conscious folks, they want to be attached to Satan because they're going to sell whatever the fuck they do just off of Brother Panic. But we'll do it. You know, it'll be on YouTube. It'll be just a regular channel. We'll I'm contemplating, should we do it live in the beginning or should we record them first? We may record a few first to see how our flow is, getting in our flow, so you know people aren't talking to each other, people know how people move, and then start going live. You know what I'm saying? And then start going live. So that's the story of that. Any questions? Psych, motherfuckers. All right, so until next time, which was supposed to be 2 hours, I leave you, I bid you niggas farewell. Arrivederci, Avangal, Aburgani, Ubalo Umbele. Bye, motherfuckers. And don't forget to cash app a nigga, man. Don't be like that. You know you could do better. $ Brother Pan. P-A-N. Brother Pan. $ BROTHER. P-A-N. Don't be a fucking cheapskate, you sons of a bitches. Foolish mules.